Hello everybody, how's it going? I hope you're all having a great day. So today I thought I would share with you a conversation that I had with a parking garage attendant that I thought was pretty funny. So when I finally got a vehicle, I didn't get a car to drive around New York City. That's ridiculous. Driving in New York City is a miserable experience. It takes like 3 times as long to get anywhere with a car than it does with a bike. It's a silly thing to do in my opinion, and I got a car so that I could explore the rest of the country outside of New York City. I got a car to explore the rest of the country outside of New York City. I don't know how you could have not known that, EM, when it's common knowledge on this channel. But and you hang out here way too much to not know that. But so what I found interesting is I was going to park it outside because I'm a cheapskate. So I was gonna, I'm kind of a cheapskate. And Erica's telling me, listen, you really should park it at a garage. It really makes sense to park it at a garage. I don't rent cars. That's a horrible financial decision, EM. That's bad financial planning. So I decide I'm gonna park it outside, and Erica says, no, you need to get a garage. You know what neighborhood you live in. You know where you live. That's ridiculous. Don't do that. And I'm like, no, I'm cheap. And honestly, I just didn't feel like walking 10 blocks that day. So I decide I am going to not listen to Erica and park outside. I go to park outside, and I see a guy pissing on a van, right? He's literally pissing on a van. And then I'm like, you know what? I don't care. I can always, it's piss. I can hose it off. It'll get cleaned off in the rain. Then I see him take what looks like a pipe, and he started bashing the taillight on this van. It was like one of those Ford E350 rapish looking vans. And I mean, you know what? Fine, fuck it. Erica's right. I'll pay for a goddamn garage. So I get a garage. I'm walking to the garage today, and the guy, they always stop me for something. Every single time I go to this garage, they either want more money, or they want to hassle me, or haggle me about some shit. So I look at the guy's like, what do you want? And he's like, and he says, well, here's the thing. We think we should move your car. And I go, what are you talking about? And he's like, well, I think that, every now and then, people come by, like they may come by and they may see it and they may want to do something to it. And I said, I don't understand. On my right is a Mercedes S580. On my left is like I think an Audi RS. I don't know the Audi model numbers, like something 7 or something 9. It's a fucking expensive car. Like an S580 Mercedes costs at least like 2 or 3 times what this piece of shit is, at minimum. And so he's like, no, you don't understand. Those cars don't look new, so people don't mess with it. Yours looks new, so every now and then somebody will come by with a gun and then point it at me and say, give me the keys to this car, I want it right now. And I think that would happen to yours because it looks newer, whereas the S580 that's next to me, that costs considerably more than my car, is, it looks kind of old and beat up. Don't get me wrong, S5... still worth way more than this piece of shit, but it's older. It's got a couple of bumps on it. The paint is not as nice. So then I look at him straight in the eye and I say, how? So people will show up with a gun and say, give me the key, and give me the key to this car. And he's like, yes. And I go, how often does this happen? And he looks at me straight in the eye and says, more often than you think. Skim, stop asking the same question. I don't borrow vehicles. It's bad. It's just like renting a car is an insane financial decision. Like, no. But anyway, he says more often than you think, and I think that I can't help but wonder, how often does that mean? So how often does somebody walk? How often does somebody walk in here and take a gun and point it at you and take your car? Because, one of my employees had said the other day that, oh my God, stop pretending this is new information. Jesus Christ, you fucking gossiping drama queens. But anyway, somebody wound up actually pointing a gun at somebody and saying, give me your stuff. And he thought this is weird because there are always cop cars on the street here. But apparently all these cop cars that you see on the block, they're all empty. It's just there to make it look like there's a police officer there, and people are starting to learn that. And Chris is parking in a spot that I don't think is exactly the most secure spot in the city, if you know what I mean. But he got a great deal during COVID that he was able to extend for over 18 months, so he's been using that as long as he can. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Hello, Catherine. So I thought that was funny. I thought that was funny. How often does that happen? He looks at me straight in the eye and says, more often than you think. Well, that's good to fucking know. That's good to know. Okay, can you guys let me freaking change? Can you let me change? Can you? Like, Jesus Christ. That was such a sad conversation to have on so many levels. I saw that, Jared. It was a Prius, and it had recording gear in it that they used for, I think, an interview or a film set or something. And they saw that the Prius had filming gear in it, so they thought this is a great opportunity. No, John, stop that. No. Yeah, photographer, same difference. Camera shit. Camera, camcorder, same shit nowadays. But, yeah, they took it right out of the back. How often is more often than I think? I never got a straight answer to that question. But I learned something from that conversation. I need to find a new fucking parking spot. I saw that, Aaron. I thought that was a meme, but that was real. Yeah. Don't virtue signal, I am a cat. Don't virtue signal. You know the answer to that question because we go over this every single stream. And every single stream, virtue signal that does the same thing. Don't do that. We literally go over this every single time. We have text to voice and a nice little short Bluetooth headset. We found the one person left that watches repair videos. Look at that. Travis is always here. And yes, this is NY. Why do you think everybody's passing me when I'm going the speed limit? Yeah. I'm going 66 into 65. That's a cardinal sin. I don't know, John. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't plan. My current apartment is literally 3 times the size of this new one, so I can't fit. Like, I couldn't physically fit my belongings there, so I have no intention of moving. I was just gonna set up some stuff in the new apartment. Gonna set up like, you know, stuff to take a shower, a desk for my laptop, and some food. This is not a passing lane. The passing lane is on the left, you dunce. Don't be a dunce. Right lane is slow lane. Left lane is passing lane. Middle lane is get trolled on YouTube lane. Only if you use more question marks. A Playboy model who went mass carrying on a flight and got arrested by the FBI. Yeah, I didn't see that. That would probably depress me. Travis knows his shit right there. I think Intel sucking poses a threat to Intel. They make shittier processors than AMD and ARM. Thank you, Catherine. I look forward to kind of getting an idea. Probably not going to really settle into the place until January or February. Much. I want Intel to succeed because I'm American. What about AMD? Is AMD chop liver to you? I don't really do anything special for New Year's Eve. Not even close, Aaron. This place is literally in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. It's actually in the middle of nowhere. Depends where we're talking about Mach 546. This voice to text thing, or text to voice thing, is funny. Because every time Travis says something, it doesn't say stamper, it says stamp-er. It's just kind of funny. I like how it constantly gets his name wrong. I gotta play this back for you at some point. Holy shit, this guy has an AOL email address in the side of his truck. What the fuck? How do you still have an AOL email address in 2021? Bruh. That there's still a company? There's no way in hell there's still a company. It's buggy shit. I'm surprised it even works with English. You're supposed to drink through the mask, Aaron. This is your fault for not understanding the science. Okay, you can blow me. I'm going 78 and a 65, and you're passing me on the right. Fine. 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 I'll go in the grandpa lane, you fuck. Since when is going 78 and a 65 slow? Like, bro. People think that I drive like a lunatic from my bike videos because I don't think they're used to what it is like to ride on a bike. But I actually don't really. I drive kind of conservatively, you know? I don't really. Like, I'm not a race car driver. I don't change lanes every 5 seconds with this idea that changing lanes every 5 seconds is going to get me closer to some promised land or. And look, the bad habit is spreading to me. The bad habit is spreading to me. It's impossible. It's fucking contagious. I swear to God. Don't go 31 over 31 miles over the limit in Pennsylvania. Interesting. What were you doing in the middle of Pennsylvania, Mr. John DeComo? Where were you headed to? I don't fix things while driving. I tend to do things like look at the road and turn this little wheel from time to time. Somebody is here from Canada. I'm not sure, Aaron. I think I know. Hi. I should say that. One moment. I bet you thought I crashed, didn't you? Didn't you? I don't trust this truck. I can't tell you what it is I don't trust about it, but there's something I don't trust about this truck. I wanted to go take Erica to Cape May for a quick vacation. I wanted to take Erica to Cape May, but then I saw that many of the hotel, Cape May was all right. It's not fucking, it's not amazing. It's not like the sixth wonder of the world or something. And it was like, a lot of the hotels there are $400 to $700 an evening, and I thought, what the fuck is wrong with you? I forget the name. I think it was called the Continental or something like that. And I thought, okay, it's kind of nice, but it's not like the fucking $400 or $500 a night that you want for it. Get out of here. So I was thinking of going to South Jersey just to go to Cape May with Erica, but from time to time, Harsh. There's so many better places than New Jersey, if we're really being honest about it. There's something about this truck. There's something about this truck. Look at that Ford Super Duty. What is the difference between a Ford truck and a Ford Super Duty truck? I don't know about upstate. I don't know about Niagara Falls. You're right. Gary is worse. Gary, Indiana was the biggest, that was an interesting shitpost to go to. The buildings just look like they got sawed off diagonally. How often do you switch lanes when driving on the highway? As often as YouTube people complain. I don't know, I'm not a big lane switcher. Like, I go on the left to pass somebody, I go on the right to be slow, and I go in the middle to just go the whole way. I like my lane. I hug my lane. I take my lane. I pet my lane. I spend time in my lane. I get to know my lane. I ask my lane what her childhood was like. I ask my lane if my lane would like to have children someday. I ask my lane what my lane would like to be when it grows up. Catherine, I didn't notice the dangerous part. I just noticed the fact that it was completely falling apart. And I thought that was interesting. What the I hate when I hear a rock smash into my car. You hear that? The nice little sound of a rock just smashing in? Who is Elaine? Who is Elaine? I don't know what you're talking about. There's no Elaine. You mean Elaine Bennis from Seinfeld? I don't... Oh, that's a dad joke. You dad joked me, man. Hard Scrabble Road. That sounds like the type of road where you could just tell that the potholes are not going to have been fixed. Like when the road is actually called Hard Scrabble. Emily, I hope the best for you and your family. Thank you very much for the well wishes. I haven't seen you in Erica's chat for a while because I haven't gone over to Erica's channel for a bit, but I hope you're doing very well, Emily. I believe recently that you passed a certification or a test for something related to nursing. I don't remember exactly what it was because I'm a shitty YouTuber, but I remember you saying that you passed something recently, and I'm happy for you. The cracks in the road that I pass every second are just a reminder that I'm in New York State. This is New York State. If I tell you all where I'm headed, there's a chance that you'll show up there. So we're just gonna keep that between me, myself, and I, as Beyonce would say. Harsh, I'm utilizing it right now. On the last drive that I did back, I did not use it for the entire 4 hours back. But now I'm using it because I want to see if it's gotten any better or if it's still a meme. This is autopilot, by the way, for anybody who's curious. See, like, no hands. Woo! But I want to see if it's a meme. The last ride that, I really should have used it last time because last time I was genuinely sick and I was driving a really long way while I was kind of sick. So I likely should not have actually been, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, I should have likely just used the autopilot. Funny thing is, I didn't realize I was fucking sick until halfway through my drive. Because I had a negative COVID test the day before. I was 98.6. I get in my car, and at the end of it, I feel like shit. I get home, and I'm 102. Bullshit. John, I don't know if that's going to go very well. I prefer to not have the least amount of crap around as humanly possible. So, I have my backpack, I have a giant jug of water, and I have a couple of different types of USB A and C cords and adapters, and then I have a little case of these little protein shits, like this. I don't know, this little, whatever the fuck you call it, it's like a little protein drink so that, you know, if I have to wait a half hour until I, you know, go to a restaurant I like and I'm hungry, I can at the very least fill myself up with that thing so that I don't catabolize very much and I keep my energy. Did the audio get worse or did your hearing get worse? There's no way to really know, now is there? I would say that's probably YouTube being a shitty platform. I like, when in doubt, blame Susan W. The car really wants me to go in the passing lane. It badly wants me to go in the passing lane. What are you doing, you cunt? That Ford Fusion with the fucking 2-foot distance from my car. Bro. You fucking whore. Are you serious? Oh, autopilot, you fucking fail, bro. You fail, bro. Literally waited until the line went from dash to solid to say switch. Yo, you fail. You fucking meme. What a meme that was. The entire time, it didn't say to switch lanes, and then it finally says to switch lanes right as the dash line turns solid. What a piece of shit. No, that was me, because I turned it off because it wasn't fucking paying attention. It's a... You fucking schmuck. You fucking schmuck. Oh, man. Autopilot's funny. Auto lane change my balls. Yeah, it'll take exits for you, my cock and balls. I don't know, it's funny. I wanted to see if it was less of a meme, so I figured I would use this trip to see if it's less of a meme. I don't know. They'll get it right by 2040. I think by 2040 they'll probably get it right. People respect the solid line from time to time. There are some roads in New York City where you don't know that you need to change until the very end, and then in those cases people just ignore the line. I've seen cops ignore the line a couple of times. It really depends. For the most part, people seem to respect the line. It's just there are times where it just doesn't make any sense to respect the line. And if you're not going to respect the line, then what you should always see, like, how much clearance do I have? Am I disrespecting the line when it's filled with people, or am I disrespecting the line when there's nobody there? You know, there's not just rules, there's like the rule, but then there's also the spirit of the rule. And if you're going to disobey a rule, you should at the very least think to yourself, am I disobeying the spirit of it as well? If you're going fast enough, it's all solid. See, that's one way to see it. And a lot of this has to do with your own personal philosophy. And your personal philosophy is going to have a lot to do with whether or not the line is solid or dashed. If you're going fast enough, it's always solid. Thing is, you may get in trouble with the law a little faster that way. Yeah, I've always wondered with the whole double solid yellow line shit, like, so you're telling me the only thing that's keeping the guy going 60 miles an hour like 4 feet away from me from smashing into my car is his respect for a line that's painted on the road. That's something else. That's AT&T, cheap vlog. This, by the way, if somebody wants to clip this, this stream is brought to you by AT&T. This stream is brought to you by the AT&T unlimited data plan that costs about $104 a month. After reference. This is Connecticut. Connecticut. Danbury, Connecticut. 30 kilobytes a second. The signs that say stop, those are non-negotiable. There's no such thing as a spirit versus the letter when its sign says stop. It says stop, you fucking stop. Maybe if you're like jogging, you don't stop. Or if you're like pedaling a bicycle, you may look both ways. I don't know. If I'm pedaling a bicycle, it's different. If I'm motoring a bicycle, I stop. Usually. If I'm in a car, it's like, this thing's 4,000 pounds. You fucking respect the stop sign. I get honked at a lot at stop signs in my car because you don't rolling stop. So when a sign says stop all the way, what you're supposed to do in New York City apparently is just go through it at 5 miles an hour. I actually stop like a dipshit for 2 seconds and then go. And I get honked at almost every single time I do it. Because in a car, the margin of error is much lower. They hit the brakes on a bicycle than in a car because your hand is always over it. It's not like you have to take your foot off a pedal and put it elsewhere. And C, if you hit something on a bicycle, you're hitting them with your 150-pound body and your, 20-pound bike. You're not hitting them with a fucking 4,000-pound machine. So there always must be respect for the stop sign when you're in a car. There's no memes there. My bicycle goes 20 miles per hour with a 0 to 20 time of 8 seconds. It goes 20 miles an hour. Especially, it's probably different in a rural area. Like somebody going through a stop sign in a rural area where there's nothing obstructing you and there's nobody there because your town has 700 people is different than New York City. New York City is a tiny little area that has 8.5 million people that all come out of nowhere and run out of nowhere. So, when it says stop all the way, I stop all the way. Look at that vehicle's right tail light. Look at that. Look at that shit right there. Bro. You probably can't see shit. Yeah, 96 kilobytes a second. You can't see shit. You're looking at a pixel. The guy in that car looks like Kevin Federline. He has his window down. He looks like Kevin Federline circa 2005. That was exactly who I expected to be driving a car with the taillight hanging off of it like that. Kevin Federline's not memeing. Where is that, Travis? Little meme car doesn't want to be near a Walmart truck because it doesn't like Walmart. What do you have against Walmart, little meme car? Hello, Carrie. You seem very excited to be on a very low bitrate driving stream. AOC was not walking the shoulder. I don't know, Walter B. Sometimes I wonder if a message is being sent. Carrie, we are going someplace I can't tell you because I had the unfortunate occurrence the other day where somebody knew my destination and they were there waiting for me when I was done. Somebody just passed me in a Jeep that says, "Silly boys, Jeeps are for girls." That's an interesting one. Yeah.
1 mile. Take the Interstate 84 East exit.
I had an interesting talk with a YouTuber that's considerably more famous and more successful on the platform than I am about how he has to create purported disinformation campaigns about himself as a person so that it makes it harder for stalkers. And sometimes, like, he'll say something that is inconsistent, and then his audience will get mad at him because what he said is inconsistent, so they'll think that he's lying to them, to lie about where, you know, what he owns or who he is or where he lives. And that's not the intention. He's just going out of his way to... Oh, you'll have no idea where I'm going because none of you got it even close to correct so far. But yeah, he was saying, like, he actively puts out a disinformation campaign about himself so that people think he's somewhere else so that he doesn't deal with it. Thank you very much, Carrie. I appreciate that. And I hope you're having a good day. Warm, but not it, Aaron. I personally think that people should be stalking people that are, I don't know, more interesting or more attractive, you know? Like, I'm not saying, to be clear, I'm not saying it's right, because I know this is going to get taken out of context. But if, like, Ariana Grande or Britney Spears, when she was, 19, had a stalker, I'm not saying it's right. It's bad. It's fucked up. It's a shitty society. But I can understand where it's coming from, you know? Like, when somebody follows me, it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? You seriously? I can understand if somebody followed Beyonce, Rihanna. I don't know, like, I don't get it when someone follows. Like, I don't think people should stalk people, Aaron. I 100% agree with you. But at least I can connect the dots mentally when someone who is insanely attractive and hot and rich gets stalked. It's not right, but I can connect the dots mentally. I don't fucking get it when it happens to me. So yeah. I'm confident it is. Oh, Aaron, yeah, we give that to everybody. But see, I fucked that up, Aaron, because I actually made a time with him ahead of time, and Gamers Nexus is too gracious to say in a video, I scheduled 5 o'clock with Lewis and that fuck wasn't there until 5:13. That was my fault, I screwed up. But he is too kind to say that in his video. Gamers Nexus said in his video, he must have not planned it right. Bullshit, he planned it right a month in advance. He is the kindest gentleman that you'll ever meet in your life, and he's a good dude. I'm a fucking idiot and didn't show up on time. And because my staff is trained to tell everybody Lewis doesn't exist, fucking go away, I could only imagine what they told him. I wound up calling Kevin and telling him, yo, if you see a long-haired Jesus dude come in the store, let him sit in my office. Well, I hope it gets better for you, Carrie. Yeah, 2021 was a lot of good and a lot of bad for me as well. Yeah, Steve is a good dude. I've met people on this platform that I'm not gonna get into it, but Steve is one of those people that I would actually have a beer with outside of YouTube, of like doing a video or something. I hope that dude is a fucking multi-millionaire and very successful. He's humble, he's polite, he's kind. Like, if anybody deserves to be a multi-millionaire off this platform, it's him. I hope the most of success to people like him. Like, those are the types of people where when they, like Steve from Gamers, he's the kind of guy where if he became a billionaire, you wouldn't be the tiniest bit jealous. You'd just be looking at him like, you know, it couldn't have happened to a better dude. I respect him a lot. I enjoyed meeting him. Rich rebuilds too. He's fucking hysterical. See ya, Travis. Rich rebuilds is fucking funny. He is authentically him. Him and Stevan, like those two, those are some funny dudes. Thank you very much, Kerry. I hope you wind up having a good year, a better 2022 than your 2021. For both of us. Let's make this year kick ass. Let's bend life over and make it for us. Aaron, I didn't. I'm still riding it with the oval. But yeah, I had a good time. And it was also funny because Stevan and Rich showed up the day that dude with the fucking stick was there. I don't know if you guys remember, but the guy with the stick that was breaking all the car windows, he showed up and he was there right after we stole his stick. And I'm walking back to the store. No, I don't talk to him very much, Vince. That was Steve that took his stick. Steve took his stick. Lots of respect to Steve for taking his stick. When are you visiting Africa? You know what? It's not on my list. Probably around the same time I visit Australia or Europe. Australia is worth visiting. Man, you know what? I'll pause on that, but I appreciate it. If I get tested positive coming off the airplane, you know, that's just not something that I feel. Of all the places that I may consider being during a pandemic, that's not one of them. I would want to visit Paul Daniels, though. Like, I want to drive up, or I want to take my little drone and I want to fly right above Paul Daniels' house and land on his roof and see what he says. I could just imagine while Paul Daniels is streaming, I land on his house. That would be fucking hysterical. I think that would be an amazing meme. And I think I would thoroughly enjoy that meme. And listen to him say, "Sweet mercy," as I land on his roof. Let's see, does it stop? Oh, good little meme card. Look at it, it stopped. What pushed the stick guy to do what he did? See, there's an idea. No. There's this idea. Here's the thing. Everybody that has been to public school knows that there are some people that are just assholes, and there's no fixing it. Like, they just take joy in fucking with other people. Somebody's had that in their school. I know everybody's here has had at least one person in their school that just takes enjoyment in fucking with other people. And, you know, it's an unfortunate fact of life, but these people do exist. And when that, like, I don't have this large sense of sympathy that goes, you know, what about you brought you to the point where you're doing this particular crime? I just want you to go away. Thank you, Eswank. Hey, the Paul Daniels that I'm talking about is also a magician, for those of you who are wondering. He's also a magician. Magician? 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 Magician. Magic Ian. Ian is magical. Magic-y person. Because there's that whole idea that, well, you know, that person committed a crime, but he wouldn't have committed a crime if welfare paid better or whatever. Okay, fine. Why is this person using a stick to smash a bunch of car windows and not stealing anything? He wasn't stealing. He wasn't even looking in the cars. He would just smash next car, smash next car, smash next car. Because he's an asshole. And when you have somebody that's that level of an asshole, I just don't give a fuck what turned you into an asshole anymore. I just want you to go the fuck away. I just want you to go the fuck away. By the way, everybody, personal trainer to the stars is here. I've seen this man say hello to Anderson Cooper in a locker room before. Everybody say hello to Mr. Dr. Evil Genius, here for all of your training needs. The reason I don't buy that is because it feels like you're being held hostage for a set of demands that if you don't commit, justify somebody like just breaking a bunch of car windows. Like the whole idea, if you care about the poor, then maybe they wouldn't eventually become poor enough to commit crime. What do you get out of breaking? If he was breaking car windows and then going into the cars and like looking to see if there's valuables and then taking it out, even then I would still probably have the same opinion I have, but the argument of a crime of despair could possibly be made there. When a dude takes a wooden stick and just breaks a bunch of car windows in the street and then just keeps doing it in every block, like, you're a cunt. You're a cunt. You know, in that case, I don't believe that poverty caused your crime. I believe that crime caused your poverty. You being a cunt caused you to be poor, not, you know, like, the causality is the opposite there. Because some people, I think, are just cunts, and some people are just sociopaths, and they're going to do crazy, insane shit regardless of whether they have money. Like, for instance, I grew up in Staten Island. I try to avoid admitting this out loud. It's one of the most embarrassing things about me as a human being. But I can't control the longitude and latitude at the time of my birth, unfortunately. But, you know, my parents had bought a garbage house in a nice neighborhood, so they could afford it. But in my neighborhood, the median salary was a good, like, you know, 3 to 5 times what my dad was making. And you had these kids that were sociopaths in the PS23 schoolyard. And what they would do is they would stop you from leaving the schoolyard. They would take your bike, they would pick it up all the way to the top of the stairs, and they would throw it over. And this was like a good 2 or 3 floors that it would be falling down, and when it fell, it would be completely fucked. Like, you would see that the handlebars are bent, the frame is bent, you're not riding this shit again. And there were a bunch of people that would do this for kicks. They had GT bikes. They had, you know, an N64 with the expansion pack, which is how you knew that you were fucking, you know, big pimping back then. You know, they had all the games that they wanted and everything, but they still chose to be cunts because they were cunts. Some people are just cunts. And, like, you know, the reason that I've been less sympathetic there is because I don't like this idea that until poverty has been cured worldwide, that I'm going to excuse away cunt behavior, because you're never going to fix it. You're never going to fix world poverty completely. But B, even if you did, you could do all that work to get to a goal that's almost unattainable to find out that people are still being cunts. It's not a rich neighborhood thing, John DeComo. It's just people being cunts. And people are cunts across all factions of life. You have poor cunts, rich cunts, middle class cunts. Like, that kid wasn't taking everybody's bike and throwing it over a fucking 2 or 3 floor fence because he grew up poor. He was doing it because he was a sociopath. And some people are just fucking sociopathic lunatics. And sometimes being a sociopathic lunatic leads you to being broke. Because that behavior doesn't allow you to integrate into society. There's a lot of cases where poverty causes crime, but you also got a lot of cases where crime causes poverty. You can't build in an environment or with somebody who's a fucking lunatic. A lot of it is learned from people's parents, James, and that's why I really believe in nonviolent parenting. Bree, that's a difficult one because the thing is, that's not an easy problem to solve. You would have to essentially change, you would have to figure out what it is that causes people to abandon the people that they have children with. I mean, that when you say problem solved, you act like that's easy. That's not easy. Getting people to live up to their obligations as human beings is actually one of the hardest things to do when building or planning any society. Figuring out how to not impregnate somebody, if your goal is to not impregnate them, is actually very easy. But that's a separate conversation altogether. John, that wasn't my assertion, so I'm not sure. It sounds like you're arguing against something that I didn't say, which is weird. Please argue against the things that I say, not the things that I don't say. That stuff, I have very low patience for that. Yeah, Jim, I don't know how truck drivers that do like 10 or 12 hours a day do it. There's no way in fuck I could do 12 hours of driving. I've honestly never made it through one battery charge in this thing. But yeah, one of the things is, if I become a parent, I would want to be a non-violent parent. Like, most of what my dad did with me was negotiating. And like, even when it was really difficult and painful, he would often negotiate with me and have a conversation with me, rather than say, you're gonna do what I tell you because I'm the dad. He told me that essentially anytime a leader tells you the reason you're going to do this is because I'm the leader and you're the underling, that leader is not an actual leader, they're a failure. And he kind of like, he inculcated that into me early on. So that's my, I don't know exactly what my strategy is gonna be for parenting, but it's gonna be a lot of that. And not a lot of the whole, like, I'm gonna spank you and this, take away your Game Boy and this bullshit. No shit, Vigilante. Very good stating the obvious. A round of applause for Vigilante for stating the very fucking pedantic and obvious. I wouldn't spank my kid, but I'd spank you, you pedantic fuck. My dad whipped out his belt, never more did I act up. But that's so fucking pathetic, though. Like, think about it. You're a 180-pound, 6-foot man, and when a 4-year-old acts up, you need to take out a belt. Like, that's so fucking pathetic, man. That's sad. And what you're doing is you're teaching the kid that violence is the answer. So you can't be surprised if a kid that figures out that violence is the answer winds up being violent towards others. It's mostly stupid YouTube comments, Kento. I'm actually a very happy guy. But there's a lot of stupid shit that gets posted in here, so. But I'm a happy guy. Aaron, that'll probably happen when he's 3 years old. He'd probably do that while he's still a fetus. No, you know what I mean when I say this pedantic shit. It's like when I say, let me see. I'm coming up with an example. Give me a moment. I haven't had my lunch yet, so my brain is half-mast. Like, if I say, I didn't think that you would, and you cut me off mid-sentence and say, exactly, you weren't thinking. Like, that type of pedantic shit, I despise it. The only way I would take out a belt on my kid is if he became that pedantic. Any of you ever have somebody do that? Where, like, they nitpick at these small little pieces of language and then they pretend they're like some sort of fucking guru? Oh, you just want to take him and run him over with your car. But you don't do that because that's illegal. And it teaches your kid to be violent. It's so fucking aggravating. This is some lovely scenery over here. I'm thoroughly enjoying all of the trees that no longer have leaves. I'm also enjoying getting passed on the right when I'm going 12 miles an hour over the speed limit. Fine, you fuck. I'll go faster. We'll go 20 miles an hour over the speed limit. Let's do full New York City. Full New York City driving. Let's honor my New York plates a little bit here. So, Dr. Evil, are you still using the gym that we were using before, or have you moved on somewhere else? And if so, what is it like there? Like, is it maskless? Is it masked? Or is it just empty because everybody's, avoiding the Omicron? It needs to, Andro. How else is the state gonna raise funds? I understand speed limits when it comes to winding roads. There is a genuine point to a speed limit with winding roads. Like, I respect the speed limit when it goes down, when the road is really winding a lot and there's not a lot of space and the lanes are narrow. On stuff like the New Jersey Turnpike, like when you see it says 60 or 65 or something, and it's wide lanes and it's the straight path, it's like, get the fuck out of here. I didn't know that about speed limits. Accidents dropping with higher speed limits. That's something that I didn't know. I just learned something. Interesting. I'm curious what the reasoning behind that is. I'm not saying I doubt the study, but I'm very curious what the reasoning is. Straight interstate for 60 miles, and they say, yep, 55-mile-an-hour speed limit. If you raise the speed limit, then you lower the revenue that's generated by the state and the city, and that's not a good thing. They need their revenue. If you don't have the speed limit, then you'll have to come up with a more direct way to tax people, and that's going to be protested at every turn. Whereas indirect taxation is something that people will police amongst themselves. So if you raise a tax rate by 10 or 20 or 30%, everybody's going to be up in arms about it. But if you have a speed limit and you say that the speed limit is for, quote, safety, then when your neighbor gets a bunch of tickets, you'll say, well, you deserve those tickets because you're making people unsafe. That's my salty theory. Whether it's correct, I have no idea. Can't tell you, egg whites, it's a secret. Well, cops are different. They need to go over the speed limit because they need to catch people that are going over it. Speaking of cops that catch people that go over the speed limit, look who's right over there. Look who's right over there. Yeah, nice. Never mind. That's a tow. That's a Mercedes getting towed. Cops have sirens. The siren protects them from the speeding. It's a Honda Civic right there. If you had to replace the meme car battery, would you or boom? I mean, I don't see myself doing it at the service center. I see myself going to Rich and like taking the battery out of my car together and fucking with it because that's what I do. Or probably just buying a bunch of batteries from EM3EV and then turning it into an e-bike battery. I don't know, that's gonna be fun. My hope is that by the time the battery is dead in this car, that the rest of the vehicle manufacturers have caught up and created something so that the only viable option is no longer a meme car. Also, that was nice. Look at, I don't know if you guys caught that because I'm streaming at like 1 bit a second. I don't know if any of you saw the guy just go complete diagonal across all the cross lines. That was... But yeah, by the time the battery dies in this car, my hope is that other companies make alternatives that are actually usable. Like Hyundai has something with 170 miles of range, and they only charge at the EV Go and the Electrify America chargers, which half of the time are urinals and don't even work. Like that's not a that doesn't count. That doesn't count. Like once everybody else is caught up with range and charging and networks and everything. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to sign this car fuck Apple. And by then, I'm probably going to have like 10 million subscribers, so I'll be able to sell this thing with a broken battery for like $200,000 to one of those people that follows me. Because we have those. One moment. Majority of people will only drive as fast as they feel they can control their vehicle. Yeah, I agree. Me too. I don't see the need to drive faster than I feel I can control. The thing is with a car versus a bicycle or a motorcycle is it's easy to get overconfident because you don't feel the wind in your face. And you don't feel the potential instability. Like with a bike or a motorcycle, I always feel like if I go over, I'm never getting a fucking Apple car. Fuck that. I wouldn't trust that thing to drive more than, like 2 blocks without exploding or something. But it's with a bicycle or a motorcycle, there's always that feeling that if I go over the wrong bump, I'm dead. And there's always that feeling of the wind in your face, and it's a different feeling, and it lends me to, it's a different feeling. And that different feeling manifests itself to me as I'm less willing to do something on a bike that's crazy than in a car. Because in a car, it's really easy to realize, like, oh shit, this is 80 miles an hour, what the fuck? Whereas on a bike or a motorcycle, like, once you start to get over 40, it's like, oh shit. Like, you feel it. You realize that you're moving in something. You're not just sitting down in something that's moving. Like, it doesn't feel like you're in a car. Just 80 miles an hour does not feel the same as it does on a bicycle or a motorcycle. You get a weird lopsided idea of your own safety. That was a problem with me when getting the car, is I don't know how fast I'm going based on the speedometer because I'm never looking at this. On my bike or on this, I could tell how fast I'm going within 1 or 2 miles an hour based on the feeling of wind in my face. And I got really good at detecting that. So when I had no wind in my face, it's pretty easy to get up to 80 miles an hour and not realize it. You can go 80 miles an hour on a motorcycle pretty easy, sad day. I'm not saying that you should, but I'm saying that it'll get up there. I mean, even a crotch rocket will take you up to 70 miles an hour or 80 miles an hour pretty easily. I'm pretty sure Germany likely has different education for people who drive. So here, I had a couple of lessons, and then they schedule you for a course. When they scheduled the course, I go to the course. I go to the test, and at the day of the test, he's like, okay, ride in a circle. Okay, make a turn. Okay, park over here. There, you're done. Here's a piece of paper that says you're allowed to drive on a highway. And it's like, what? I've never driven on a highway in my life. Wait, so we're not even gonna try? We're not, like, the first time that I drive on a highway is going to be on my own. And they said, yeah. It's like, dude, I was scared to fucking death the first time I drove on a highway. Like, I actually felt like I was gonna have heart palpitations or something. But, you know, getting a driver's license in New York, they give this shit out like they give out free COVID tests. I mean, anybody can get a driver's license here. It takes no fucking skill whatsoever. I felt so unprepared to drive when I first got a car. When I first got my license. It's a joke. Like, literally anybody can drive. There was a woman right after I took my test that failed hers, and once I figured out how easy it was, I thought, like, what the fuck did you have to do to fail? She was flipping out at the DMV employee, the tester, the proctor of the test or whatever, because she had failed the test 3 times. I'm just thinking to myself, how do you fail this test 3 times? They literally pass anybody. Driving on highway is not the easiest type of driving because you have to deal with merging. If you don't, again, like, for instance, you know how there's that whole thing where the road is ending, and if you don't change lanes before the road gets to that little ending point, you're fucked? Like, there's shit like that, and you may think, well, this is easy. Obviously, any idiot knows how to deal with that. Yeah, if you're trained, and also if you've done it before. If you've never done it before, and you've never practiced it, not even once, like, it's fucking scary. I was scared, again, like, I get on a highway right now, I could care less. Like, I'm not scared at all. I'm used to it, but the first time I got on a highway, I felt woefully unprepared. The entire process that I had, that I went through to get my driver's license did not prepare me jack shit for dealing with a highway. I'm telling you, you take one of those classes in New York to prepare yourself, and then you go to the DMV and you take your exam, you are not prepared to drive. Not even close. They just like, here, have fun. Go out there and try not to die. Oh my God, that was scary. Now, I get the argument. The argument is that if you're a brand new driver, that the highway has high speeds and you can't congest or fuck up a highway if you screw up, or if, you know, you stop short. The guy behind you rear-ending you at 20 miles an hour is different than somebody rear-ending you at 60. But if that's the case, if driving on a highway is dangerous and that's the reason that they don't do the instructions or the tests on a highway, then what the fuck is the argument for letting people get on the highway after that pathetic thing that you call a driving course? Switzerland sounds like they have their shit together with that, Catherine. But they don't have it together here. It's fantasy land. It's fucking fantasy land here. The idea that you are good to drive, it's a fucking miracle that anybody drives at all without banging into each other when you go through the pathetic system that we have in New York. I would trust this fucking car's computer to drive better than somebody who just got out of that. I kind of like the substitute teacher of DMV instructors. Yeah, Catherine, that sounds a little bit more sensible. One of my best friends grew up in Knoxville, Tennessee, and he moved to Johnson City, Tennessee. And he said that, like, they actually had you take classes and shit before you got your driver's license. He was beside himself when he realized the standards for getting a license in New York City. Shut up, meme car. Don't be a meme car. Don't be a meme. Bad meme. Bad. That white truck had a date that he's late for. Yeah, we had to drive in the snow, and like he gave me a lot of warnings and said, "Oh wow, you're better at this than I thought," because I sucked at every other element of driving in the beginning, but the snow driving I was totally used to what I needed to do to maintain traction. And I told him, "Yeah, I spend most of my time in a motor vehicle on two wheels. So on two wheels, if I'm going over ice or snow and I make even the slightest mistake with my balance, I'm on my ass and knocked out immediately." So like, once you get used to once you get used to riding on two wheels, four wheels is a joke on snow. Like, don't get me wrong, it's still more difficult than driving on a clean road. But I'll take four wheels with snow any day over two wheels with snow. It's like there are times where I've been going 27 miles an hour and I go over a little patch of ice and you have like 0.0001 milliseconds to correct it before you are completely fucked. You have a very small amount of time, like when you're riding your bike and then it goes to the side like that, like, oh my God, that is scary. In a car, it's so much more forgiving. Also with a bike, you don't have anti-lock brakes. I have manual anti-lock brakes. So I have to kind of like, I have to, hit the brakes like really, really, really fast and then slow it down based on how much I think the wheel is or isn't moving. So the ABS computer is in my brain. In the car, the ABS computer is in the car. We in the fast lane, baby. Look at this. Look at this. We're in the fast lane. The fast lane. Fast lane. We're in the fast lane. Fast lane. We're in the fast lane. Vroom, vroom, baby. Vroom, vroom. Vroom, 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 vroom. I have to bring my own sounds. And you're not supposed to go outside when there's COVID to your left. You're not supposed to go outside until Fauci tells you can either. This is New York, baby. We do whatever the fuck we want. It's very surprising to me, in a more serious note, how many people still think that your average New Yorker has that accent. You could tell that most people in the country's idea of New York City comes from movies from the 60s, 70s, and some of the 80s. Those people are all gone. They all moved to Staten Island and South Jersey. And we don't consider Staten Island to be a part of New York City. It's kind of like an accident. They've wanted to secede for a while now. Staten Island actually had a secession movement a while back. But all that, like, forget about it, people. Like, that doesn't exist anymore. It hasn't existed for a really long time. Many of them live in Brooklyn. Oh, nonsense. Okay, where? Howard Beach? Breezy Point? Like, that shit doesn't count. Long Island doesn't count. Long Island's not New York City. That's New York State. Will you let me go? I can see that you don't want to let me go, but that's too bad. Breezy Point doesn't count. There's like 20 people living there. Maybe 50. No, it doesn't, Harvey. No. Long Island is not New York City. Nice. Vroom, 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 vroom. There's a CLA 250 in front of me. What does the C stand for in Mercedes models? I know the E stands for average, the S stands for super expensive, but what is the C? Does the C stand for cheap? Can't tell you, Harvey. It's a secret. Also, what's with this new style of like SUV sedan thing? Like this Hyundai Cross Tour or Honda. I can't tell Honda and Hyundai apart. I'm ashamed of myself for it, but I can't. Like, what is that thing? That thing to my left. Honda Cross Tour. Like where they make it look sleeker and sleeker. Like, what is that? What is the purpose of that? Is that an SUV? Is that a sedan? What is that? What are you supposed to do with that? Kitten. I did, Harvey. I got a QNAP. It has encryption and it also has an extra slot for about the same price as that Synology piece of junk. Driving behind a truck, I don't like that. Trucks can't stop short. So if something happens up ahead, he's not gonna, I'll be good.
Keep right to take Interstate 84 east toward Hartford.
It's driving in front of a truck that I don't like because they can't stop short. So if I have to stop short, he's gonna fucking destroy me. No, Kapil. Your obsession with changing lanes must end. We do not play musical lanes here. Catherine, I saw. Unfortunately, it still gave me errors. But mainly, you need to have really, really short paths and file names, and it's just... It wasn't worth it to me. I'm going to wind up using that at some point for stuff that I don't care about. So for instance, like my YouTube videos, I'm actually re-downloading the original copies of all of them. I don't care if that's encrypted because it's all public anyway. In life, you never have to change lanes. You just have to keep going in the lane that you're in. Don't focus on the changing lanes all the time. Just keep going, keep going forward in the lane that you're in. It's like a 5-car following distance about. By the way, without Googling, you guys have to promise you're not Googling. You see those little dashes on the road? How much space do you think each of those dashes takes up? And also, how much... So the dash is 10 feet, and in between the dash is 30 feet. It looks like nothing, because the thing is, you only ever see this when you're on the highway. And you're only on the highway when you're going super fast. If you were to stop and get off the highway and lie in between one of those dashes, you would realize that's 30 fucking feet. And if you go as fast as that crazy bastard from earlier in the stream, you know, the guy who said, well, if you go fast enough, they're not dashes, it's a lie. I suggest you don't do that, by the way. If you're going fast enough that these dashes turn into a line, then you're... What do you think is in the truck? I think the truck is carrying human bodies. I'd say my bet is dead people. My bet is dead people. It's definitely dead people. Oh, dead people. 100%. Or stolen merchandise from San Francisco. Used to know a motorcyclist who said the dashes turn continuous, period, but he's no longer with us. Ouch. That's fucked up, terrible fire. He was telling me that he knows landlords now that are only renting to people that don't have a state ID or proper immigration status. So apparently now, you know, with COVID and everything, if you kick a tenant out, they can call the marshal and with housing court, be right back in the apartment within a few days, if even, because housing court moves way faster than normal court. So what some landlords are doing apparently is only renting to illegal immigrants because illegal immigrants don't know how housing court works and they don't have an ID and they can't get into the fucking out. So if they actually pay their rent because they don't realize like New York City hipsters realize I could not pay my rent for a year and still live here. But people that don't have state IDs don't know that and they also can't deal with it. So they actually pay their rents. That was funny. It's sad, but I would never want to be a landlord in New York City. Not in a million years. I paid my apartment rent throughout everything. My apartment rent was manageable. My store rent, yeah, that I gave them. I wanted to pay zero. They wanted 12,500. We met in the middle for a while. We did what I call compromise. Listen, I want to pay you zero. You want 12,500. Let's meet in the middle. Let's compromise. That's what we call compromise. My back rent debt is down a lot now. I think it's somewhere in the 40,000s or so. Kicking that thing's ass. I wouldn't pay any debts. You see, that's a very stressful lifestyle that you have there. If you never pay your debts, you're going to lead a stressful life, and I don't think that's a good idea. I prefer to not have debts. I prefer to not have any type of fucking debt, actually. I don't want car payments. I don't want house payments. I don't want credit card payments. I don't want none of it. I'm a weirdo. I'm a crazy person. Oh, budget, bro. Oh, well. Right as I was about to hit the turn signal. Okay, enjoy. Enjoy. RAR. RAR. RAWR. R. 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 You have to carry a balance and show you can pay it off over time. What's the point of that? Seriously, what's the point of that? The point, like, I need to be able to prove that I can get into debt so that I can have more debt? Fuck that. I don't know what my credit score is, and I don't give a shit. I could give a fuck less about a credit score.
In 1 mile, keep left to stay on Interstate 84 East, US 6 East toward Boston.
I lead a mostly debt-free life besides my, besides the store rent. But even that, I have a plan. That shit's gonna get paid back, and I have a plan for paying that back sustainably. And that is gonna get beat. And once that's beat, I will be back to being 100% debt-free business and life. But I prefer a debt-free lifestyle. I don't want any debt. Fuck that. I want to. It's not worth the stress. We're in Hartford, Connecticut. It connects you to your cut. Connecticut. Connect-icket. Same thing with housing even. Like, I've heard people say, well, if you can afford to buy a house, you should still, even if you can afford to pay in cash, you should still just get a mortgage and invest it, because the money that you invest, it'll grow more than if you just put it in a house. But what they're missing there is that when you own a place that you own, like it's your home, and the bank can't take it away from you, and you don't have that worry of if there's a stock market crash and I lose my job and I can't make payments and I'm fucked. Once all that is literally gone, it's a different home. At least I think it would be a different home. Rider.com. Rider. Ever better.
Now keep left to stay on Interstate 84 East.
Like, I don't live a very, I've had enough stress from enough stupid shit from the age of 17 and now that I just don't want new stress going forward. And I find debt to, nice. Anyway, sorry. I don't want new debt and new stress. Thank you, Square Rabbit. Raw. That's a big truck. That's a big Cadillac. That's a big Toyota back there. It's a big bitch, honestly. Bro. bro. Oh, and they are doing that. Fuck you. No. Nice try with that speeding up bullshit. I hate that shit where someone sees that you put your turn signal on so they immediately speed up so you can't get in the lane. Let's see which stronger, the front of your car or the back of mine. Fine. You want to play that game? We'll play that game, you fucking Massachusetts driver. You cunt. We'll play that game and I'll win. I'm a lucky guy. A lucky guy, they say. We're going to Boston. Boston, Mass. Harvard. Boston. Boston. Little meme car got scared. Fear not, meme car. I will protect you. Protect you from these assholes. These massholes, as they would so kindly be called. Just because people do that, April, doesn't mean I'm gonna stop signaling. I will not create unsafe situations for others because others create unsafe situations for me. That guy has a Ford F-150, but it doesn't say Super Duty on it like the other Ford F truck I saw. When you finish paying off a loan, you take a big hit to your credit rating. This is why credit scores to me are just so retarded. It's not a game that I want to play. It's a weird game. It's like, how do you make the bank rich? They actually don't like it when you pay off debt. Like when you finish paying off of a debt, your score goes down. Does that not tell you everything you need to know as to whether or not credit scores are for the benefit of you or the benefit of a bank? Like once you no longer owe interest, once you're done with the process of paying a bank interest, you are now scored lower. What's your worst bike injury? Concussion. I went over some skid that was, it was just one of those, like, those plates in the road for construction. The regulations say that it's supposed to be ridged like the end of a fancy condom, and it was flat. And it was raining, and there was some oil from the under of some car that was on there, and I didn't see it. Oh, that sucked. Metal plate sucked. Sucked. I've been an idiot ever since. And you're twitching got ever since that? What the fuck does that mean? Got? Oh, that's Copaz. Never mind. Copaz can't make sense.
In 1 mile, keep left to stay on Interstate 84 east toward Boston.
Roar. Providence. Providence. There was a show called Providence a long time ago, I think. I never watched it. My mother used to watch that show. Seal, that's a good idea.
Left to stay on Interstate 84 East.
If you're poor, but you say, I don't want to be in debt and poor, that's an excellent goal. The only thing shittier than being poor is being in debt while you're poor. This is going to sound weird, but there's something about knowing that you have like only $800 or $500 or $200 in the bank, but you don't have debt. That's considerably better than realizing that you have like $300 in the bank, but you also have $5,000 in debt. It's a different feeling. Fuck that. I remember having about like $260 in the bank and about $1,000 or so in credit card debt when I started this business. And like once I finally got to the point of being above zero, like it's a good feeling. It's a weight that you don't even realize you're carrying that just kind of goes away. And it's nice when that goes away. So apparently this place in Massachusetts, Worcester, is Worcester. I thought it was Worcester, but it's not. It's not Worcester. It's Worcester. Worcester. I've been saying it Worcester this whole time. I didn't realize what a ripoff that was, Oscar, until I had a family member pass away that I wasn't particularly fond of. It's like $1,000 or $2,000 to get a tombstone. It's $500 to get a stump. The coffin is like $3,000. And I remember saying, listen, this person wouldn't have pissed on me if I was on fire while I was alive. And now you want me to give thousands of dollars to put them in the ground? I'll help you bury them. Like, I'll get a shovel and I'll go there for an hour or two, but I'm not spending $500. They're dead. If I was going to spend money on them, I'd spend money on them while they're alive. I'm not spending money on them when they're dead. And with that, give me one moment. Actually, never mind. The orange truck, I think, is probably more bodies. I bet that there's a bunch of people in there that are dead. I always assume that the trucks around me are filled with dead people. And that I should pay attention to the road so that I don't wind up in the truck. Well, felons are in the other truck. Gangsters in tracksuits. Sounds very Italian. I wish I was. fully Italian, 100%, not just 50. I could toss misbehaving customers in the East River and get away with it. Tell them you're gonna swim with the fishes. Wrap an anvil around their ankles. You asked for a discount for the last time, you prick. Yo, he's not gonna merge yet. Chillax, little meme car. Chillax, you fuck. Now he's merging. There you go. I'd get to touch people and use the fact that I'm Italian as an excuse, like the governor. Remember when the governor started touching people and then said that as an well, I'm Italian, you don't get it. It's not the way this works, Cuomo. How the fuck would I know, Sean? I'm driving a fucking car. I'm not an audio engineer. Busy Hands Cuomo. Yeah, this one channel, Side Talk New York City, they had a bunch of people gather in Union Square and all yell together, Cuomo gets no pussy. Cuomo gets no pussy. Cuomo gets no pussy. And they're right, because for all the rapey shit he did, he never got any pussy. That is a big truck right there. No, McLaren, no. I don't wish death on people. Okay, I gotta correct that actually, because there's one person but for the most part, I don't wish death on people. I may not like a politician or think he's a cunt, but I don't wish death on him. Meme car? Stop that. Meme car? Behave, meme car. I only wish death on my trainer when he points to a woman at the gym that we're at that looks like a sculpture from all the plastic surgery she's had, when she's like bending over in front of me or some shit and says, hey, look in that direction. But he deserves that point. He knows exactly what I'm talking about, that fuck. What a... Won't get no pussy. Won't get no pussy. That's actually catchy. I think it's Side Talk New York City. Side Talk New York City is what I'm thinking of. It's funny. It's quality content. Oh, he's upgraded, has he? Hey, give me a second for fuck's sake. None of this bullshit where goddamn it. Nice try. Nice try. Tried to speed up on me so I couldn't get out of the passing lane. Nice try, mofo. The hungry for attention part is the part that makes it really, eh. I'm never gonna forget that day that I'm just doing a basic exercise and she walks up in front of me really close and just starts doing all this bending over and weird shit that has nothing to do with stretching or exercising. It's like, stop. And then she started making a kissy face thing at the mirror. Like, you know, she always has a kissy face thing going on. I don't know if that's a byproduct of too much plastic surgery gone wrong or something else. It's like, me, 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 me. It's like, ah. But I really can't tell if that's too much plastic surgery or just an outright attempt to get attention, but it's so weird. Like, just stop. Please stop. Yeah, duck face, that's what it is. It's a lot of duck face, and it's strange. They don't have a heads-up display on the window. Ever again use an apostrophe plural. One moment. I had one of those customer phone calls that actually makes me enjoy my job. It's very rare that I get one of those. Very rare. But sometimes I get calls that make me enjoy my job. We're going vroom. By the way, what do you guys see when that happens? Like, I use Zoiper on my phone so that I can connect to a free PBX box at work. They just had water in their computer and they wanted to know what their options were, and the screen also had some marks on it, and they were curious about LCD only repair versus LCD and display assembly. Oh shit, so you could see everything? Oh, that's crazy. I didn't know you could see shit when I use Zoiper. That scares me. You're not supposed to see anything. You're not supposed to see anything. Yo. Shane, Chris, Dan, and Patrick are still out, so I'm answering the phone. Anytime the phone gets here, so I have like 1 bar of service. So that means the moment that time's in the store with nobody picking up for it to show up here, because I'm using AT&T on the highway. So you using AT&T on the highway, for my phone to ring once, it had to have rang at least 3 or 4 times there. So I try to pick it up when I see that. Also, that's a bang bus in front of me. Look at that giant bang bus. I mean a mega bus. Same difference, but... The guy in the front of that looks like he fucks, though. You can't see that too well. Let's see if I can zoom. Can I zoom? Yeah, that guy fucks. Look at that. Look at that guy. Look at that fat fuck. Look at him. His head is red. You know why his head is red? Because he fucks. That's why. Bang bus. Look at that guy. Fauci says CDC cut isolation time so people can return to work faster. Yo, listen, at some point you have your perfect world, and then at some point you have reality. The GoPros shutting off after 10 to 15 minutes is a GoPro tradition. I have the 6, the 7, and I tried the 8. I hate GoPros. I use a DJI Action Osmo 4K. Now, it does still overheat and turn off from time to time. It's just the GoPro does it after 10 or 15 minutes. This one does it after 3 or 4 hours. All these small action cams, they don't have enough heat sinking because of their size to be able to last without ventilation. It's a DJI Action Osmo 4K, and it's considerably better than the GoPro in every way. The only thing that sucks about it is to activate it, you have to pair it with an app, and I don't like that. I should be able to take a product out of the box and hit record and just use it. I don't want to install an app on my phone to fucking register your product, but it's so much better than GoPro, it's worth it. Oh, I can hit you with it right now, and it's an affiliate link too, so I'll make money off you. bit.ly/DJI Action Osmo 4K. Bada bing. I'm making as much money off of you as he is pimping the hose and the bang bus in front of me. Look at the guy with his red face. Oh yeah, so the CDC isolation shit. So they had it where you had to isolate for 10 days after getting COVID. Now, it's one thing if we're talking about the original variant that killed a ton of people before vaccines. Now, we're talking about a mild variant in a world where over 70% of the population has a vaccine. So if you require that everybody isolate for 10 days after they're no longer symptomatic, you are going to have large swaths of the country shut down because, as many people have said, everybody is going to get Omicron. If you deal with human beings, you are going to get Omicron. You're not avoiding this. There's no easy way out of this. If you deal with people, you are going to get COVID. This COVID is far too transmissible. It is far too contagious. So there's no avoiding it. So if you require that the entire country in not having any people to actually do their job. So them turning it down to 5 days made sense because you need the world to run. Like at one point, again, you have this idea of everybody locked down forever and there's no consequence to it. It's just rich people won't be able to buy Ferraris anymore. But there's the reality to it, which is that the economy provides many other things. Nobody gets COVID on the bang bus, McLaren. This new variant is not just as deadly to unvaxxed people as the original COVID. Hell no. If you're not, don't get obvious. If you're vaccinated, you're probably better off than if you're unvaccinated. But Omicron is not as scary as original COVID. Not even close. What matters more, your life or your job? Again, that's empty rhetoric. This is empty rhetoric. Your life and your modern way of life depends on other people doing their job to maintain your modern way of life. If nobody goes to work and nobody does their job, you don't get your modern way of life anymore. Further, when you say, what's more important, your life or your job is going to provide for your life for the next 60 or 70 years. It gives you a sense of purpose. It gives you a sense of meaning. For a lot of people, their work is a big part of their life. It's what gets them up in the morning. The pursuit of being better, the pursuit of being able to provide something for other people. Versus a 0.0000001% chance of death if you got your vaccine and you take care of yourself. Dude, you're not containing Omicron. That's a fucking fantasy. Look at New York City. Over 70% vaccination rate. We have over 40,000 cases a day. There's jack shit that you can't contain a virus. You can't control a virus. And if you think you can control a virus, you're memeing yourself. There's no you can control Omicron as a joke. Like, people are laughing at you for that. Actual science for that. You can't control a virus. You specifically can't control Omicron. Look at New York City. Over 70% vaccination rate. People wearing masks everywhere. Our case rate is literally GameStop. You have GameStop. It looks like GameStop. It's like, wing! It's nice. Oh, you are, Strobe. Yes, you are. Are you in Antarctica? Because if you ain't in Antarctica, you getting it too. You all getting it. I'm following the bus to get laid. You're right. They did, Damon, because they said we still need to keep this under control. That's what the gentleman said. Or something like that. I'm going off of memory from text to voice. I'm not scrolling and looking at my fucking phone while driving. But you get the idea. I'm paraphrasing here. When I hear somebody talk, there are so many things that they're doing in so many countries that are just so fucking stupid for so many reasons. Like, I forget, there was one part of Europe, I forget if it's Portugal or somewhere else, where they limited the amount of people that can gather outdoors. They limited the amount of people that could gather outdoors to drink. So that I think they were going to have some sort of celebration or some shit for New Year's. You have less people can gather outdoors. So if I'm not allowed to gather with a group of 10 people or more outside, what am I going to do? At that point, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Well, I'm going to gather indoors, because indoors, nobody can see me. Where not only will I not have to worry about getting in trouble, but I'm also considerably more likely to spread COVID than I am if I'm outside. Like, there are so many people trying to do so much crazy shit to control a virus, and they actually make it worse with their dumbass restrictions. Or like, you can't go to this place past 2, you know, you can't, we have a curfew, you can't go after 8 p.m. This place used to be open until 1 a.m. Now you can't go until 8. You know, you can't go after 8 o'clock. So what happens? You have more people in the area before they close. So you have more population. Like, everything that I see being done is just so beyond dumb. It's not going to help. It's like the TSA. Like, you know, to make people feel safe going on an airplane, what do you have to do? You have to make a TSA. My martial arts instructor, Dr. Evil Genius knows who. I haven't seen him in a while because I've been a piece of shit as in terms of my generally making time for myself in my life. I haven't seen him since like March or April of this year. But he was talking about getting on a plane, and they let him on the plane with all of his gigantic fucking knives. These people that will routinely take my camera out, disassemble it in the most horrible way possible, and destroy it every time I get on an airplane. Let him get on an airplane with all these swords and daggers and shit. He wound up filing a complaint with the TSA because they let him on with all that. But it's like, it's a joke. You're just pissing a bunch of people off. You're not actually finding terrorists. This shit is even worse. Hello, Catherine. And he's brown. You'd think with all the talk about racism in this country that the last person that you would let on a plane with a bunch of knives is somebody who's brown. I don't like two-way roads. The idea that that little yellow line is the one thing that's going to keep you from smashing into my car, I've never liked that. There needs to be better technology. There needs to be a better system than that. I don't trust that that little yellow line is what's going to keep you from killing me. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like the yellow light, or the yellow line. I take my earbud out, by the way, when there's a two-way road. So I'm not listening to anything you guys have to say. When the only thing separating me from immediate death is paint, I tend to zone out. I do appreciate that these yellow lines are slightly wider apart than the yellow lines in New York State. Those are some very wide apart yellow lines. I will thank the state of Massachusetts for providing such wide lines. Those lines are both wide and thick. But yeah, everybody has their fear. My fear is two-way roads. I hate two-way roads. By the way, look, it's a Chevy Silverado that says, "Let's go, Brandon." I can't believe people are still posting that stupid fucking meme. This drives me nuts because it's like a big thing that happened while Trump was president is that everybody said, all you guys did is say orange man bad for 4 years. That's all you did is say orange man bad for 4 years. And now, like, there's trucks that say, "Let's go, Brandon" on them. As somebody that I've heard, I forget the name, it's going to come to me shortly, said on YouTube about this a while ago. I would never accuse you of being self-aware. Silverado! We in the country now, boy. We are in country-ass Massachusetts now. This is not Cambridge. This is not Somerville or Boston. We got Silverados that say, "Let's go, Brandon." I don't know. I understood the meme in the beginning. The meme in the beginning was the media is always cover for people on the quote right side of history. So when people are saying fuck Joe Biden and you say that they're saying let's go Brandon, it's just so obvious the extent to which you will go to protect the precious. And it was funny the day that it happened. The day after it happened, I'll be honest, it was still funny. It was still funny the day after it happened. The problem is that it's been like 2 or 3 months, and now it's no longer funny, it's retarded. It's like when somebody calls up, like somebody was saying, this is proof that he has Alzheimer's. The fact that when the guy called and said, let's go Brandon, he goes, I agree, let's go Brandon, in a kind of unexcited voice. It's kind of like when someone calls a bar, like when you're in first grade and you say, we're looking for Seymour Butts, and they actually, like, you laugh to yourself and you giggle, but then at some point, like 4 months later, it's Seymour Butts, it's just lame and juvenile. It's like, we get it. It's not funny anymore. And this is long since past the point of not being funny anymore. It's like if I call a bar and the guy in the bar says, yeah, Seymour Butts, yeah. It's not that he doesn't get it. He gets it. It's just that's his way of responding to something that's pathetically juvenile when he doesn't have, when like he's like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to say to this shit. Like he could get all mad and angry and hang up the phone, but that's just kind of, disgracing yourself at that point. The two-way road continues. I don't even mind if somebody says fuck Joe Biden. Like, say fuck Joe Biden to your heart's content. But this, like when I see Let's Go Brandon, I just think of the same thing it's like you can't meme. You can't even meme. Because that means that's the best shit that you could come up with. And that's just a joke. Like, saying fuck a politician, you're not memeing, you're just saying what you feel. But it's just... We're in Charlton, Massachusetts. We in the country now. This is hills, goats and hills territory. So Rich Rebuilds likes to describe Massachusetts as like the city, then the Salem area, and then the goats and hills territory. He would describe me as driving through the goat and hill territory right now. That's kind of what this is. Just goats and hills. It was a good meme, Grim, but it's played out. It's old. It's like linking someone to goatsy.cx in IRC. It's like in 2002, that shit was hysterical. Every time I would trick someone into watching Goatsy, I would get such a kick out of myself and think that was fucking funny. And then I turned 33 years old, and it's like, yo, it's kind of worn out. It's not so funny anymore. Land for rent or lease. Interesting. I can buy land. I mean, I could rent land. Hello. That's a person standing by a mailbox. Whoa. Country bumpkin. The goats. The goats. I gotta piss. Where can I piss nearby? I guess I could piss in the woods if I wanted to. Actually, there's construction people over there. They'd see me peeing, and they'd laugh at the tiny size of my tiny penis. Where else can I go? Yeah, I can hold it in for 10 minutes. Fuck. I got a question I don't know the answer to. How much to replace an iPhone XR screen? I honestly don't even know our price to replace an iPhone XR screen. We haven't replaced an iPhone. I haven't replaced an iPhone screen in years. I legitimately don't even know the answer to that fucking question. And I can't look it up because I'm driving. So I sent them over to Kevin. I didn't want to say I don't know, so I just transferred it to Kevin. I said, let me see if I have them in stock. Instead of, I don't know the price of something in my own fucking business. Yo, relax, you fucking meme car. Relax. What do you mean? My speed is not 43. My speed is 48. That radar sucks. Either that or the car sucks. One or the other. You wish this was 2G. Ew, John Deere. It's a pet resort. This, I don't know what it is. This part of Massachusetts looks so fucking depressing. Like, maybe, I don't know if it's because it got dark real quick, but this part of Massachusetts looks so sad. Like, really sad. Very, very empty, dark, and sad. Rawr. 10 minutes, I get to take a piss. Ooh, somebody gave me $7. I don't deserve $7. Thank you, whoever you are. That's very kind of you. I don't know what the fuck I did to deserve $7. How are you? Look, it's a pickup truck. He waved at me. He has a pickup. I wonder if his pickup says, "Let's go Brandon" on the back of it. Let's go Brandon. I'm a boomer that can't meme, so I say, let's go Brandon. I ran out of memes. I don't deserve that, Dr. Evil Genius. I deserve 0 of that. But thank you. I'm a shitty friend and an even shittier streamer. Let's go, Brandon. You know what? I'll take your $10 for Let's Go, Brandon. What the fuck? Fine, why not? I'll take your $10 for a stale fucking meme.
In 1 mile, turn left to stay on South Bridge Street.
What? I don't want to turn left. I want to keep going forward. Forward. Forward forever. Let's go, Brandon. I wish I got paid to drive home, Maya. You can do it too. Spend 4 or 5 years uploading tutorials on how to do something that nobody wants to share information on, with no monetization, and then you too will have a random following of weird nerds that every now and then give you $1 or $2. It's the American dream, baby. It kind of is catchy, even though it's a shitty meme, like old stale meme, but it is catchy. I'd rather just hear people say fuck Joe Biden, you know? I think part of what intrinsically bothers me about it is very similar to when people would lose their mind on Trump. Like, he would do stupid things, and like, you know, but when there's that much vitriol directed at the president, you're implying that he has an outsized role over your life, and I fundamentally don't accept the premise that the president has a foundational role over my life. Like, I reject it, regardless of who's president. Democrat, Republican, Independent, you know, in my dreams. Am I kidding? But like the stadium of people chanting, I can't break. And this is the same way that I felt under Trump, to be clear. When that stadium was all cheering, fuck Joe Biden, I couldn't help but wonder, like, did Joe Biden personally fuck your life up?
Now turn left to stay on South Bridge Street.
Fuck me. Ah, fuck off. Anyway, did he personally fuck up your life? Or did you... What am I saying? Did he like really fuck up your life, or are you just saying that because TV told you to, you know? Like, is it just a meme to you? I think it's just a meme to you. I mean, he didn't do the price of gasoline. The price of gasoline is called a worldwide fucking pandemic. Every oil company said last year, and I do mean all of them, in their 10K and their 10Q, that they were going to be putting less money into capital expenditure because they lost a bunch of money when there was no demand for oil. This was not a secret. They all said this. While Trump was president, they all said this shit. Like, read a 10K or a 10Q for Exxon or Chevron or any of the others. Like, blaming gas prices on the president is just so, I don't know. It's... Any of the things that you're talking about, John DeComo, had a marginal effect on gas prices versus the entire fucking world infrastructure caving in on itself for a year. Like, those oil companies lost a lot of money, and they need to make it back. And I don't even blame them for, you know, making it back. They took on a fuck ton of debt last year. And like, or like blaming Biden for inflation. Okay, so he had what, like a $1 trillion or $1.9 trillion stimulus package you want to bitch about? Fine. What about Trump? $5 trillion. $5 trillion. Every single time they actually wanted to raise interest rates, which Trump was for. He was for that shit. He specifically said Obama's economy is fake shit or whatever on Twitter because you know, of low interest rates. And Obama, when he gets in office, what does he do? He starts talking. If they raise interest rates, this will be terrible, and they better not do that, and blah, 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 blah. Every president does that. They have one set of things that they say when they're not president, and then when they're actually responsible for shit, then they wind up with the same fucking policy, or pushing the same policy, or trying to push the Fed to have the same policy. Like, if you want to blame Biden for, you know, $1 trillion or whatever, or 1.9 trillion adding to inflation, be my guest. How about 5 trillion? How about like to be that brain dead, to look at the CARES Act, and then to like that didn't do anything, but Biden's package, that was the entire thing. It's just, it's so partisan in such a like a low IQ way. Like, I don't even like Biden. And I hate when people actually bring me to a point of defending Joe fucking Biden. That pisses me off. But it's like, I have to be somewhat intellectually consistent. That's why, again, I would never give my money to Peter Schiff. I want to be clear here. I'm not giving my money to Peter Schiff. I look at his fund's performance and his recommendations to buy gold in 2011. No, thank you. But when he says, yeah, Biden did this, but Trump also did this, so fuck them both. Like, at least there's some intellectual consistency there, even if you don't like them as a human being. I can appreciate and respect the intellectual consistency, even if I'm not giving you my money. And all the OPEC member countries, you bet your ass they're going to do everything that they can to make their money back from last year. What I found really interesting when certain OPEC countries were raising their quota this year, because each month I think they were adding like 400,000, I forget if it was like 400,000 or 4 million, I forget the exact number of barrels. It escapes me at the moment. But there were certain member countries of OPEC that when they actually had their quota increased, they were not able to produce an amount equal to their quota. So like their quota was increased, and they want to pump more because the more barrels they pump, the more money they make. They weren't even able to do it because you can't just turn your infrastructure on and off like that immediately. You can't have a year of nobody wanting any oil and then next year just, drill like crazy again in every single one of these countries. So that was very interesting to me. I knew the moment that I saw that the quotas were going up in certain OPEC member countries, but they were not pumping their full quota. That's like the sign that something's fucked up. That's the canary in the coal mine. You don't just turn off all this infrastructure and then magically turn it back on. And that's something that typically pisses me off when I'm listening to people who are on the more liberal side of the economy and the COVID situation talk about it. They seem to think that the economy is a light switch. The economy is not a light switch. Business is not a light switch. Pumping petroleum is not a light switch. There are very real serious consequences to just turning everything off for a year and the shit doesn't turn back on. They pump the same amount, they just store more than they sell. What are you talking about? There are several nations where they didn't even produce, they weren't even getting out of the ground an amount that was close to their quota. I forget the names of the nations, and I can't Google it right now because I'm in a car. But
turn right onto Swanson Road. Turn right onto Swanson Road.
Excuse me. I'm so excited I get to take a piss. I've wanted to take a piss for the last 3.5 hours. And now I finally gloriously get to Oh, this is gonna be glorious. It's gonna be the best piss I've taken in my fucking life. Oh man, I can't wait. Can't wait to take this gigantic piss. I'm gonna piss like OPEC in the Middle East drilling out oil. Except it's gonna be yellow instead of black. It's gonna be beautiful. Oh yeah.
In 500 feet, your destination will be on the right. Now
The one thing that did piss me off is when they tried to say companies being greedy is why you have more inflation. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. Greed is a constant in human nature, so I'm always very cautious when I hear someone use greed as a reason for something. Greed is a constant. People are greedy all the time. You know, like we had 10 years of the past 10 years of many companies consolidating and all sorts of people talking about greed, and we didn't have inflation then. Like, inflation was not something that just magically they decided to be greedy and then they magically stopped, at this point in time. Like, we were greedy from 1977 to 1980, and then in 1981 we weren't greedy anymore. One sec. This is a really bad point because there's a lot of stuff I want to discuss, but I have to take a fucking piss, and if I don't take a piss, I'm gonna be dead. And I need to piss really, really bad. So, well, I won't be able to argue with you anymore. The thing is, if costs of everything are going up, one sec. Fuck. You prick, you're gonna make me argue while I'm taking a piss. Okay. Okay, where was I? Got my key. Shit. I forgot my little scrunchy thing. Okay, so the idea is that, one second, the companies are already making money. So the fact that they're already making money and then they blame inflation means that they're all lying. This is not true, and this demonstrates a misunderstanding of something in business, which is that it is impossible to calibrate a dynamic business to make a specific profit. So let's say that my costs go up. If my costs go up, my commodity prices go up, my labor prices go up, I am then going to increase my prices. How much do I increase them by so that I can have this? Now, if I see prices going up, I'm going to increase my prices to a point where I have enough padding and profit that if I don't know where inflation is going, I'm still making money. But further, it's not possible for most businesses and most people to know, okay, like I'm comfortable making, let's say I'm comfortable making $60,000 a year. Inflation happens, and certain things that, certain input costs of my business go up. I don't know, like calibrating it, I increase the repairs across the board by $5 to maintain a salary of $60,000 a year. Like, it doesn't work that way. It's almost impossible to do. You're literally, for the most part, you're kind of making that shit up as you go. So the fact that companies are making more money, yeah, they're making more money. I could understand them making more money, but this doesn't mean that inflation in and of itself is solely a function of greed. You tend to look at the actual roots of things. Trillions and trillions of dollars to the economy during a time where we're contracting the amount of service. Yeah, we in country Massachusetts. Ain't nobody got a mask in here. Look at that chin bra over there. We got a chin bra. Yeah, we in this. This is country town. I got 370 kilobytes a second. This is something else. You want to take a picture with me? Also, I think my phone is freezing. I should probably restart the YouTube app. It doesn't seem to like me switching between voice over IP and this over and over again. Oh, man. I hate these things. These environmental air dryers, they're bullshit. You're not saving the environment, you're making me deaf. 95 decibel air dryer in a room that has no acoustic treatment. I'd rather dry my hands on my pants. Okay. What do we got here? What do we have as a choice? We got Captain Louis seafood boil. Oh boy, we got tacos Mexico. What do we got here? Actually, all this stuff kind of looks like it's going to kill me. The downside of a middle of nowhere mall is that there's literally nothing to eat that's not garbage. This all looks like shit. Let's see. Got a salad maybe? Korean double fried. Not just normal fried, we have double fried. Okay, let's try the taco place again. Once. That Cafe Amore place is actual cancer. That looks like it's just pure trash. This looks like it has some potential. Mexican hardstyle taco with an option of chicken or ground. Interesting, Jessica. What do you think? Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing? Not arguing, just genuinely curious, because I never asked for your thoughts on these things when we did the meetup in person. Walk like a man, no dripping in the pants. John, I'd be bringing my own food in my car in that case. I'd be. Interesting. I heard that Keene did the same thing. They actually had a 2 or 3 hour meeting, and they had so many people show up and say we don't want a mask mandate, and 2 people showed up in favor of it, and they did it anyway. Looks like some parts of New Hampshire are turning into New York. Thinking of a steak burrito, actually. It doesn't tell you what your choices of meat are here. It says your choice of meat, but it doesn't say what that is. You're gonna get all of it, Sleepy.
Let's see. Can't calibrate. This is the other thing. Well, every time I leave New York City, you know, for everybody asks, do you have good things to say about it? The service in New York City is 10 times better than the service that you get out in the country in so many places. It's just not even remotely close to comparable. Like, people are on top of everything. Like this, you know, they're very on top of everything. When you see the speed at which people move, even at a random mall. I mean, honestly, even the guy that's making food, you know, like on the street, the street meat guy, like the halal guys, kind of stuff. Like, they're on top of it. You see they're moving fast and everything, and there are actually a lot of people in town who can't wear them due to medical conditions, and they're getting fines even though they have medical exemptions because of this new ordinance. Are there any medical conditions that say you can't wear a mask? I'm very curious. Like, is that a thing, or is that like the religious exemption for a vaccine? Where it's like, you know, God told me I can't get this, but I won't go to heaven or something. I don't like wearing masks. They're kind of annoying, but I remember doing 10 deadlifts with a mask on. It's annoying, but it's totally, because I remember somebody said you're going to fill up with carbon dioxide, or it's going to be horrible. Yeah, didn't see that. Yeah, but it goes through it, Martins. It goes through it. I agree, John, with that. They probably shouldn't be leaving their house to begin with. They should come out in 2027. I'm kind of glad that house I was looking at I never wound up getting in Nashua, than Jessica, whatever. By the way, I don't know if I told you, or I did a video on it recently. It sold for $25,000 more than what I was in the contract for. I decided on a meal. I just gotta wait for the... Yeah, look it up, Jessica, whatever. Tell me what you think of that area. It was 17 Hyacinth Drive. 17 Hyacinth, Hyacinth. So they bought that shit for 25. The thing is, I was under contract at 525, and I wound up saying, nah, no thank you, because something seemed fishy. And then somebody else came along and paid 550. So it's not even like they were outbidding me because I was going out of contract. So I think what they may have done is say, you need to outbid this guy for us to decide to have you instead. I actually don't think they were honest. I don't think that they told the other person that I decided to leave. I think they told him, if you want this guy to leave, then you need to offer us 25 more. Okay. Can I go back there and make my own food? I'll still pay retail. I'll cook it. I miss New York service. I'll be like, that's one thing that I'm probably gonna miss about New York a lot. Like, New York service is the best. Like, you just get shit immediately. Oh my god. Bro. Bro. New York City spoiled me when it comes to service so badly. I know, Oscar. I'm still spoiled by New York City.
Ready to order?
Yeah, can I get a burrito locos with steak and no sour cream and jalapenos?
Let me see if there's steak.
What else do you have?
We have the chicken steak, we have chicken.
I'll take it.
Chicken?
Yeah.
You want it for here?
Yeah. Yeah, for here. And that and the water, please.
Water, okay. You want rice, beans?
Yeah. Just some jalapenos and just no sour cream. That's true, Peter. Yeah, I got it. Jessica, I wanted a place with a living room for a nice stereo, and I got carried away with it. And then Erica politely tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Don't buy this piece of shit."
Do you want lettuce and cheese?
Yes, please. Yeah, let's see what you got. Yeah, sure.
Sour cream.
Oh, yeah, there's no sour cream.
Huh?
There's no sour cream.
Oh, no sour cream?
Yeah.
You want jalapenos?
Yeah.
Good, man. You want a drink?
Just the water, please. Can you take tip on credit card? Or? All right, thanks.
¿Quieres que lo cobre también o qué? Okay, después. So yours is $12.86.
Ahí va a colar, ¿ok?
I feel old.
Gracias, déjame ver la servilleta. Que pase buen día, ¿ok? Gracias. Feliz año nuevo. Hay una que se llama bandeja. Solo bandeja.
Thank you so much. You have a lovely day. That's faster than I deserve. All right. Uh-oh. Sour cream is trash. Yeah. This tastes like a middle America burrito. My realtor was from Chesterfield because I was originally looking at a house in Spofford. But then I arrived and realized that the house was falling apart. So, you said you sold a $350K house in Merrimack. I was looking at Merrimack. It's close to the Bedford Whole Foods, which I liked. But Merrimack also has that gun shop that keeps triggering people from Massachusetts. I kind of want to stop by just to check him out. I'm afraid he's going to see an electric car with New York plates and probably shoot me or something, but I wanted to check it out. There's a gun shop in Merrimack that triggers people that I thought was funny. What does the ceiling look like? Here you go. So if you think I carry a tripod or a gimbal with me, you have clearly miscalculated the effort that I put into you all. Here, you get the ceiling. Enjoy the ceiling. I forget the name. Oh, there's a Merrimack gun shop. It's got some interesting stuff in the front of it. It triggered the fuck out of a bunch of people on Twitter. I don't really care one way or the other. I just enjoy seeing people get mad on Twitter, so. Brandon's not up there, safety box. Heavy on the rice, light on the pico de gallo, light on the cheese. This is a mall burrito. The gun shop that depicts Obama as the gun salesman of the year. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, this is a very, very typical mall burrito. Nothing special. I give this burrito a 2 out of 10, to be honest with you. The only reason it doesn't get a 0 is because none of its ingredients are expired. The school system needs some work. They need to stop hiring pedos. I mean, that's a big issue. Hi, it's here. Hi has graciously volunteered to be in Al, Chris, Dan, Shane, and Patrick. I had 6 teachers that got fired for touching kids seriously. Do you work in the education system, Jessica? I don't remember. But that's crazy. Also, when you say pedo, are you talking about like 17-year-old senior high school student bangs his 23-year-old hot math teacher in his senior year? Or are you talking about like 60-year-old teacher touching 8-year-old kid? Because there's a difference. I'm not saying the latter is right, but there's a difference. I mean, the former is right, but there's a difference. Because there was this one teacher in Staten Island that was getting called a pedophile because she banged a 17-year-old student. She was fucking smoking hot, 23 years old. Like, if I was a senior in high school, I would have banged that teacher. I mean, she would have never wanted to bang me, but you get the point. But there's a difference. 8? Okay, oh God, yeah, 8. Never mind, that's pedo. That's pedo territory. No question. Raul Drake, it's fine if you don't want to make a difference in those scenarios, but just don't pretend that you're being accurate. An 8-year-old getting touched by some weirdo is different than if you're 17 years old, you think your teacher is hot, you hit on your teacher, and then you bang your teacher. Very, very different scenarios. Neither of them are right, but there's a fucking difference there. You want to pretend that you don't see the difference to posture moral superiority, then I guess you're welcome to, but I was so many kids when I was a senior in high school trying to get into Miss Gambella's pants. Like, trying really hard. Everybody wanted to bang Miss Gambella. I think she was 23. She was just out of college because she went to college early. And we were all 17 and 18 years old because we were in this grade. And she wore away this ridiculously tight high skirt every single day. Dye her hair blonde. She was hot. Like, I've dated women that are 10 years older than me in my 20s. So I didn't bother because I knew I wasn't getting anywhere, but I felt bad for teachers that are hot. This makes me, I would almost throw out my burrito if I talk about this too much, but my mom likes to think that she was hot when she was younger. I try to avoid, I've never looked at a picture of her under the age of 40 because I don't want to know that, but but she was a teacher. She became a teacher in her early 20s in East New York. She quit after the first year because she said all the students wanted to bang her and it was fucking horrible, and she quit. Yeah, I had one hot teacher and that was it. Look, he's using periods to make himself more morally superior. Look at this little fuckface. He's putting little dots there. Alright. You're better than me. Alright, you win, you fuck. You've showed 192 people how good you are. We had a politician do a girl on political meetup at the school, by definition illegal, but he's still here. That's weird. That is weird. Hot teachers in Merrimack knew they were hot and literally had to be told by the principals not to try anything. That's just weird. Yeah, like 99% of my teachers were old as shit. And it just... It's a fundamentally different situation. Because if my dad found out when I was 17 that I banged a hot 23-year-old teacher, I would get punished, I would get in trouble, I get a stern talking to. If my dad figured out that when I was 6 years old, my 50-year-old teacher was touching me, my dad would get a shotgun, my dad would kill the teacher, my dad would be in prison for the rest of his life. So like, there is a difference in these situations. I had one really ugly teacher that used to yell at you in Polish, hit you in the head with a stuffed animal. That's kind of weird. Yeah, my mother and my dad grew up in the ages of Catholic school where they grew up when you were getting hit with rulers and shit. I'm glad that I missed that. No projection needed, not saying that. Oh, you know what you were saying, man. Get the fuck out of here. I see through that shit immediately. If it's other people that also point out when you're being a dick as well as me, then you're probably being a dick and you just don't realize it. Oh. This burrito tastes like shit. I gave a $4 tip. I think that's reasonable because I was being snappy with them when they were making the food. But that's actually a trash burrito. I'm gonna wash my hair. Got my way. What the fuck is this? Bro. Needle disposal. Damn it. I left all my needles in the car. If only I knew if there was a sign in the front of the mall. I think I kind of get an idea of what type of neighborhood I'm in right now. I have a mild idea. Well, let's see, what do they got at this mall? I'm definitely surprised by the whole more drug use in rural areas than urban. Although I guess the only reason I can imagine that... Huh. Should I try to get something nice? Nah. I imagine the one thing that may cause that is maybe there's less to do. So there's less sense of purpose because there's less shit that you could be doing. And if you have less shit to do, then you're probably... The default is, let's get high on shit. But it's really depressing. Like, it makes me sad when I see that there are these towns where they used to build shit. And they used to... You know, they used to build cars or steel or... I don't know. Bigger cars. And now they're all just kind of hollowed out and people are just doing heroin or opiates all day. It's very depressing. Oh, they must have knew I was coming. Damn, they knew I was coming. AT&T. There's a fucking AT&T here. I was gonna barge in there and ask why this stream is so bad. GameStop? Huh. Repair center. It's a repair center. I wonder if they got a cell phone. Do they have a soldering iron here? I disagree with this being called a repair center. I don't see a soldering iron. What the fuck is this thing? Is this for the back of the phones or something? I feel so out of touch with repair, I don't even know what this thing is. Like, I actually don't even know what that is. Yeah, get a wide angle camera. Like, what is this? I honestly have no idea what that even is. Excuse me. So this is what a mall is. This seems so useless. I remember when I was a kid, the mall was the place that the cool kids would go to hang out. Because I guess if you had money to spend at a mall, that meant that you made money, which meant that you were cool. But as an adult, this is so boring. There's nothing about this that I would find entertaining. Is this the height of what America has to offer is malls? All right, back to my car. Everything fun costs money. Probably. How do I disagree without inadvertently causing a New Yorker stress? I don't know. I feel bad. Maybe I jumped on you for no reason. I don't know how this is financially or economically viable. The number of people here does not appear to support the amount of business that is being conducted here. Like, just the amount of space that is here. I don't understand how this could possibly be supported by the number of people that are here right now and spending money. Like, almost every single one of these stores has only one person in them, but even then, if the store is empty, then what sense does it make to pay rent to be here? How is any of this even sustainable? At least it's not all empty real estate. If this was New York City, it would be a dead mall. There'd be nobody here. Remember when Hot Topic was a cool place to go in the mall? Oh man, childhood. When shopping at Hot Topic was all that was necessary to be considered edgy. Oh, those were the days. What is that? Is that a Zalmo? That looks like a Zelmo in there. What the fuck is that? It's crazy. I can actually understand why it is that people want to move to New York City. Like, the sad thing may be that this mall with its heroin needle exchange in the fucking bathroom, it's very possible that this is the most entertaining thing in this entire town. Like, this could be it. I mean, I'm shitting on it, but this could be the pinnacle of entertainment and civilization for everybody here. What if this is for a while? Just like a dead, boring ass mall. Exciting thing to do. What does entertainment matter in New York City if it's all closed? Potential. It's potential, Aaron. It could open at some point. Just past the next variant. When the case numbers start to go down again, we can open. But then when you open and you enjoy the pleasures of going outside, then when you have submitted yourself to the evil pleasures of going outside, that's when you must repent with another lockdown. I love the way all those news articles start. There's a word I'm looking for. I'm forgetting. I'm not smart enough to know it off the top of my head because I'm an idiot. What's that word? It's something religious where, like, when you do the right things happen to you, and when you don't do the right thing, the wrong things happen to you. The article about COVID is written in this way, where it's like, you were doing the wrong thing, and if only you weren't doing, see, you became complacent, and you had sex outside of wedlock, and then the asteroid came down on you. Like, all the articles are written in that way. Let's see, what do I got? Holy shit. You fucking slow. My car went, I had like 10 miles when I got here. With the 321. Holy shit. Okay, one moment. I actually got a phone call. I don't care about being a gymnast or being in super crazy shape, but someday I'd like to have the dexterity to be able to take my jacket off inside of a vehicle. I dream of having the dexterity to be able to take a jacket off inside of a vehicle. I can't do that. Okay. Where the hell was this place? I've jacked off in many vehicles. I'd love to jack off in my vehicle. Unfortunately, there's a camera in it. I don't trust you fucks. I wish I could jack off in my vehicle. There's little I'd like more than to be able to jack off in my vehicle. No, but being serious for a moment, I can't take my jacket off without getting out of the car, and it feels really weird. Like, I should be able to fucking do that. It's one of those things that, like, I'm not that old. I am not that old. That should be something that I'm very capable of doing. Why am I waiting at a red light like a dipshit? This is not New York City. There's no such thing as no right on red. In New York City, you have a law, like no right on red. You can't turn right at a red light. But in almost every other part of the country, you can turn right at a red light. And I always forget about it when I leave New York City, that I'm allowed to turn. Like, I feel like a kid who is, over the cool kid's house where you're allowed to drink soda there.
It's like, you mean I can turn right even though it's red if there's nobody there? Wow! I feel so cool. So cool. With the jacket over my head. That sounds like it's going to end poorly, Catherine. Tried exercising yesterday. Oh man, that was depressing. I did 9 squats at 255 pounds a few weeks ago. Yesterday, I had 98.6 fever, negative COVID test, and I wasn't able to do more than 5. I got to 5 squats at 255, and it wasn't that my legs were dead. I just felt like I was completely out of breath. And I did another set. I thought I was gonna die.
290 East ramp toward Worcester, Marlboro.
It's not Worcester, it's Worcester. Worcester. They would have just labeled it Worcester.
Right to take the Interstate 290 East ramp.
They would have just labeled it Worcester. They didn't label it W-O-O-S-T-E-R. They labeled it W-O-R-C-E-S-T-E-R for a reason! You people can't spell. Worcester. Worcester. I bet you pronounce solder solder too. Solder. I bet you spell color with a U. You animal! Wait a second. Oh, you did that thing where I put my turn signal on so you're gonna go faster. Okay, get it out of your system, you fucking massholes. Get it out of your system, you cunts. Come on. Anybody remember that Batman Beyond episode? The Batman Beyond episode where the guy playing Derek Powers, he goes, "You animal!" The guy who is the voice actor for Derek Powers, he was fucking awesome. Not Michael Ironside. Michael Ironside did Darkseid, and he had an amazing voice. Not for Batman Beyond, Derek Powers, whoever did his voice. I think it was episode 13, season 1. You animal! Like, the way that he said that in season 1, episode 13 was so amazing. Sherman Howard. Yeah, that guy's the fucking man. Do you fix Emacs? No, use V. Use V. There's no reason for you to fucking use an Emac. Hello, Kapil. I just ate a horrible fucking burrito. But you know what? I'm still alive, so I'm happy. I'm a happy boy. It was a shitty burrito, though. It was your standard, like, Midwestern mall food. But this is not Midwest. This is Massachusetts. What the fuck am I talking about? But you get the idea. I'm just calling it the Midwest because I saw one Chevy Silverado that said "Let's go." It had "Let's Go Brandon" painted on it. You can tailgate me all you want. I'm keeping a safe following distance to this car. If you want to go around me, the left lane is free. I'm yelling at the person behind me that can't hear me because that's what rational drivers do. They yell at people that can't hear them. That's how you know that I'm really smart and influential and an influencer. Worcester. It's Worcester. Said you need a fridge so you can make your own burrito while driving. Oh man, whoa. What the fuck? Your chain is hitting the road, bro. GTA. Anybody see the spark come off of the chain that was hitting the road from that truck to the right? Get your spark away from my car, mofo. I have lithium in here. There's lithium in here. It's not Worcester, it's Worcester. Don't make me look at you and just keep going, you animal. That guy was a really good voice actor. Meme car, behave. Little meme car, you better behave. Meme? 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 Good meme. Originally this car was named Bauer. I forget what had it named meme car. I was doing something incredibly stupid around April. I think it was last April or May. It did something really stupid. Like autopilot seemed like it was trying to kill me.
19 to 20 on the right onto Interstate 190 north toward Massachusetts 12.
Take 19 to 20. What? 19 or 20? Where do you want me to go, you little meme car? You actual meme car. Now prepare for it. How dare you? How dare you? That's exit 23. We don't want exit 23. I miss my cat. I bet my cat misses me. My cat probably only misses the food that I provide it with. I don't know if my...
Take exit 19 to 20 on the right.
Oh, you changed the fucking names of these lanes, didn't you, bro? You did! You call it 2223 now!
Onto Interstate 190 north toward Massachusetts 12. Hold it. Now take exit 19 on the left.
Yo, that's not right. None of these fucking exits have the right numbers on them anymore. You have this big sign with the fake exit number, and then you have this really tiny sign with the new exit number. But the tiny sign is the real exit number, not the new one, I mean. The big sign has the fake number, and the tiny sign has the real number.
1,000 feet. Keep left to stay on Interstate 190 north.
Yeah, unless you rename that too. You fucking masshole.
Keep left to stay on Interstate 190 north.
You masshole. Mama mass. Imagine if Mr. Clinton was in the car. What would he do? He would probably curse out the governor of Massachusetts for changing the exit numbers. Probably go. There's assholes everywhere, John. I have no illusions. It's the idea of the promised land. But yeah, New Hampshire doesn't just randomly change the numbers on all their exits. You know, that pisses me off about Massachusetts. I think the GPS companies all think they're just going to change it back at some point because none of them have bothered updating anything. Waze and Google both use the old exit numbers. And Massachusetts still has the old exit numbers written on everything. It's just it's written in fine print. It's like their own secret club of making sure that you don't know where you're going unless you already lived here for a long time. It's all a club and you're not invited. Whoa, what the fuck are you doing? Okay. You're going like 90 miles an hour, man. You get to go. Enjoy your 90 miles an hour in your little Civic. Fucking lunatic. He slowed down a lot before he passed me, but every time I see some ultra thirsty car, like super crazy thirsty, going between everything and all that, it's always a Honda Civic. I find that interesting. With that little thingamajiggy in the back, I forget what you call it. It's that little thingy that sits on top of the trunk. That's like a sharp-looking thingamajiggy. Spoiler, that's what it is. A Honda Civic with a spoiler. It's a classic meme car. This is normal. I'm not going to be a high-beaming asshole. Would you like me to turn on high beams and blind everybody? I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think we're at a point where it's dark enough to necessitate that. Yeah, when I drove a Sentra for a while as a rental after a Silverado skull-fucked my vehicle, and what I noticed is that the headlights, like, they have two flashlights that they duct tape to the front of the car in contrast to this. What does the spoiler do to the car? Does it help it fly? If you were to go off a cliff with that thing, does it help it glide? Why are you beeping at me? Don't you beep at me. Why do they call it a spoiler? Because spoil is typically associated with being, with you know, something being worse, with it being rotten, with it being ruined. I don't understand the point of calling what you're doing to the car spoiling. Although I am ignorant. There is the left lane. It's got a MAGA truck in it. It's got a MAGA Let's Go Brandon mobile. It's tossing out a cuticle, Sean. There is no bike lane, you troll. hear a motorcycle. I don't see the motorcycle. Where are you? Show yourself. Show yourself, motorcycle. I am not changing lanes until I know where you are, you little motorcycle. Okay, I don't hear you anymore. Listen and look for motorcycles. You never know whose life you may save someday. Correct, Jessica. Correct. So where'd you go to if you sold a house in Merrimack? Where do you now call home? Damn, you going fast. You also going fast. No dogs. Just kitty. Yeah, Erica always has antennae go up in the back of her head. She's very cautious. You know, she has what I like to call antennae. And I remember when you called Nashua Trashua, and she knew that I had just signed a contract on a house in Nashua. Her antennae went up so hard, it was so funny. You may not know this about Erica because she's a human, but she actually has antennae. You can tell when they go up. Whoa, Catherine's cat answered me being a crazy person. Hello, Catherine's kitty. Hello, Bagata. No dog, McLaren. No dogs. No dogs, only cats. We have cats, and that's it. You're not allowed to have a dog here. So where are we going? Do I remember where I'm going? I don't think I do. I think I forgot where I'm going. That would be kind of funny if I forgot where I'm going. That would actually be really funny if I forgot where I'm going. Well, one way to find out. We'll just keep going forward and see if I get there. I guess I would need to know where I'm going, where to stop. Yeah, I think I need to know where I'm going so I know where to stop. Or if I just keep going, maybe I'll hit Canada. And then after Canada, I'll hit whatever's above Canada. I think the North Pole or something. It's either Alaska or the North Pole. And then after that, I hit the South Pole, and then Antarctica. And then I go through South America. I think in South America, you have Australia. I'll be able to drive through Queensland, Australia, instead of South America. I'll go to Central America. I'll say hi to all the European people in Central America. Say what's up to the people in the UK, and Portugal. Then I'll go back up. And I'll say hi to the people in Texas. Then I'll go up and I'll say hi to the people in... What's above Texas? New York? No. Virginia? No. Then I'll go run over my geography teacher. Thank you, James. I'm glad to hear it. I don't know what you're doing here. Just kind of listening to me lose my mind. Oklahoma. Is there a Tesla floating in space? You know, I may launch mine into space if I have problems with it in the future. No dog, McLaren. No dog. You're gonna have range anxiety when I take you away from your dog. Cats have unconditional love. With dogs, there's always something that they want from me. It's not unconditional love. He caught me. I told him I have no way of checking your fucking ticket because I'm in a car. And that when the phones at the store get overloaded, it goes over to me. I only answer the calls when I think it's a new customer and they're not able to tell that I'm answering the call from a car. But you asked for status on your ticket, which I have no way of giving you from a vehicle. So I just answered when he asked. He said, "I'm calling for status on a drive I left." I just told him, "Sir, you caught me." And he's like, "Huh?" I said, "You caught me." And he has no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. I said, "Well," and then I just tell him the story. I am exit. I feel really good. I took a piss earlier and it was one of the best things that happened to me in my whole life. Until I have to do it again, of course. Don't you fucking dare left right now, you cunt. Don't you dare. Alright, there we go. Little does Steve know that I've reprogrammed the phone system a little bit. If I forward him a call and he doesn't pick up, it goes to his cell phone. So if I forward a call to extension 401 and he doesn't pick up, it goes... calm down there. But if I forward him a call, it'll go to his cell phone if he doesn't pick it up. So one way or another, that guy's getting status. One way or another, that guy's getting a status update, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like maybe Steve's in the toilet, but he's gonna get status. The technician working on your hard drive is taking a shit right now. I'm sorry. That would be funny. Hey! My DJI turned off. Hey, I need you. You're my dash cam. You're the only proof if I get hit by one of these mass holes that it wasn't my fault. Turn back on, dash cam. Turn back on, dash cam. You fuck. Okay, so it's been going for a while now. 4 hours. So it went 4 hours before it crashed. That's not bad. But it's very cold inside the car, so I'm not happy with the fact that it crashed. It really makes no sense. Oh, it's touching itself now. It's actually taking pictures. I don't know if you can hear that, but my dash cam is taking pictures instead of fucking recording. Yeah, that's great. I asked you for a video and you're giving me a slideshow, you... Thank you. Thank you for the slideshow. Every time it makes that picture noise, that's it taking a... It turned into picture mode. And it's taking pictures.
In 500 feet, turn left onto Water Street. Now turn left onto Water Street.
Back. Okay. Is there anybody there? It's dark. It's dark. Open my window, be a true boomer. I'm not going to trust my eyesight by itself.
In 500 feet, turn right onto Bemis Road.
Turn right onto what? Oh, I remember. You want me to go over here. Bemis Road, like Bemis and Butthead.
Now turn right onto Bemis Road.
See, this is why no company is ever going to send me products to review. I tell the truth about them. Then I can't keep my audience's attention to save my life, but who are you and why are you on the side of the road? Appleseed business machines. You're an Appleseed? It's an Appleseed, bro. What you talking about, man? An Appleseed? Oh, fuck me. No. Bad. Bad. Good. You stay where you are.
In 500 feet, bear right onto John Fitch Highway.
John Fitch Highway. Where the fuck is that? John Fitch.
Now bear right onto John Fitch Highway.
Ron Fitch. It's not very nice, Ayotku. Ayotku. Rar. Whoa, it's a mall. There's a big store that's at the center of the mall called Big Lots. Big Lots. Excuse me, sir. And there's a Harbor Freight. Thank God they spell it without a U. If they spelled Harbor Freight with a U, I would drive my car right through it immediately. That would be such an Australian thing to do. Every time I use Paul Daniels' software and I see the word color spelled with a U, I just want to drive my car through it. But I can't because it's a piece of software. And you can't drive a car through code. Although I guess a Tesla could, because a Tesla is code. You are what you eat, I think. Nice try, Red. You know what fucks me up in other states? I noticed that the yellow light in New York State is about a full second shorter than it is in several other areas of the United States. So what I used to do is I would see the yellow and I would go to hit the brake and stop. But then people behind me would honk and be pissed because I had another second before it turns red. And it's weird because I used to think like the red, yellow, green shit was a standard, but apparently it's not. In some parts of the country, the yellow light lasts considerably longer than others, so you can go through the yellow. Whereas in New York, like when it turns yellow, don't get me wrong, people still go through it anyway. They don't give a fuck because it's New York City. But it's, you know, there is the principle behind the rule. This is a very New York road. I'm in Fitchburg, Massachusetts. Fitchburg, Massachusetts. What kind of shit road is this? Who made this road? What did you make it out of?
In 500 feet, enter the roundabout and take the first exit.
Enter the roundabout. Enter the roundabout. Make
Now
you
enter the
wanna shout.
roundabout and take the first
Do, do,
exit.
do, do, do. to the roundabout, make you I'm really sad. I don't remember most of that song. There's a group called Yes. They had a really cool song called Roundabout. I don't remember any of the words, and I feel really shitty. Yes is such a cool group. The fact that I don't remember the words to one of their songs makes me very, very sad. I think the album came out in 1980 or so. 1980 or 1990, I forget. Good album. Roundabout. Oh, my dad's calling me. What is this? What the fuck is this? This is a horror movie. Oh, thank God I have four-wheel drive. Bro, is this even a road? Is this a road?
In 500 feet, turn right onto Ashby Road.
What the fuck is an Ashby Road? I feel like I'm about to get fucking serial killed in the middle of a forest. I'm in Burnham, Massachusetts. Burnham, Massachusetts. This is an interesting fucking road right here. We are not...
Turn right onto Ashby Road.
This is not the city. This is... Alright. This is truly the land of the goat people. This road is tighter than Tim Cook's asshole.
In 1,000 feet, turn right onto Ridge State Road, then turn left onto Pillsbury Road.
Pillsbury Doughboy. Wait, that's not it. Ah. Oh no. Don't high beam me. No. No. I like my vision.
Now turn right onto Ridge State Road.
Stop sign. Respect the stop sign.
Now turn left onto Pillsbury Road.
Pillsbury. Yo, Pillsbury Doughboy Road. Come on. Come on. Pillsbury Doughboy Road. This is the true middle of nowhere. This is the land that never ends. It goes on and on, my friend. Vroom. Got to talk to my dad on the phone a little bit. I enjoyed that. Haven't heard from my dad in a while. He's sticking with the gym routine that we got him. I found him a personal trainer and I got him a year of service. And he's not missing any sessions. He's just going and going and going. Very proud of him. He's kicking ass. My dad is gonna show the world what's up. Wait, this is a... Dude, this piece of shit is a two-way road? Are you serious? Hidden driveway. Stop sign. Rawr! 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 Rawr, Eli the computer guy says. Rawr! Eli says rawr! This is a beautiful, beautiful place. You probably can't see shit. You're blind. I got the yellow line back, by the way. Check it out. Look, this road's got one of those fancy schmancy yellow lines on it to protect you from the other side of the road. We didn't have that a moment ago. I like the yellow line. The yellow line is vroom. Oh, excuse me. We are in New Ipswich, New Ipswich, New Hampshire. Ipswich, however the fuck you pronounce this. Folks, we are in the live free or die zone. New Ipswich. New shit, New Hampshire. However the fuck you pronounce it. I'm gonna call it New shit, New Hampshire. No shit, New Hampshire. This is no shit, New Hampshire. This looks like an area where you would put out a hunting rifle, actually. New Ipswich. Stop sign. We respect the little stop sign. I look out windows, which are heavily tinted. I wonder if these window tints are legal in New Hampshire. I'm very curious. I know what the legal limit is in New York City. I'm very curious if these window tints are considered legal where I'm driving. I imagine they're not. If you have to lower the window to see whether there's somebody at a stop sign, it probably isn't. Well, they come in handy on long trips. The window tints keep me from getting fried. It was Steve's suggestion. He said if you're especially if you travel to Florida, you're just gonna get fried without window tints, even if you have the AC on. The tints really do a lot of help. But when it's pitch black, there's no street lights, and it's late at night, yeah, it's nice to be able to see shit. Anyway, people, welcome to New shit, New Hampshire. New Ipswich. New Ipswich. New Ipswich. 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 I'm gonna learn how to pronounce this if it kills me. Is anybody left in this weird stream? Dun, 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 dun. Oh man. I'm never gonna something again because guilty feet have got no rhythm. What's the something? I'm never gonna something again because guilty feet have got no rhythm. I'm never gonna something again the way I did with
In 1,000 feet, turn right onto Main Street.
There's a Main Street? Oh shit, that's how you know we're close to some real poppin' night life and parties here. We're close to Main Street, baby. See what mainstream looks like. Main Street. See how busy it is.
Now turn right onto Main Street.
Main Street. This is Main Street over here? Oh boy. Oh boy, let's go find some parties. Let's go find some parties. What? What is this? What are you doing? What is this weird road? What is this weird road? That freaking arrow tricked me. Don't you trick me.
Bear left to stay on Hubbard Hill Road.
Yeah, I'm not bearing left. What do you think? We're driving in the UK? You think we're driving in Australia? You're gonna be like Dave Jones and be on the wrong side of the road? You crazy lady?
Now bear left to stay on Hubbard Hill Road.
Hubbard. Like Ron Hubbard from Scientology. Trying to send me a message?
In 500 feet, turn right onto Mill Street.
500 feet.
Now turn right onto Mill Street.
We're not New Yorkers. We actually use our turn signals here. Yield. I yield. I go vroom.
Now turn left onto New Hampshire 31.
New Hampshire 31. Okay, stop sign. Open the windows because your tints are too fucking dark. And turn. Close windows because it's fucking freezing outside. I really need a tint that's like clap on, clap off kind of tint. A clap on, clap off tint would be very convenient for me. Okay. I know what's right for me. Dun 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 dun. Talk about it, talk about it, talk about it, talk about it. Dun 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 dun. And you talk about it, talk about it, talk about it. Ooh, 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 you take me to my good times. Will you take me to my good times? Will you take me to my... I always used to think that they were saying my good times and not Funky Town. When I actually figured out that they were saying Funky Town and not my good times, I felt really, really fucking betrayed. Because they actually cared about me having a good time. I don't give a fuck about you having a funky town. I care about my good time. So in my head, I still think it as my good time. I want to be taken in my good time. Will you take me to my good time? Will you take me to my good time? Just speed on out of there. Who do you take me for? I'm a good boy. I go at the speed that I'm supposed to by the law. I'm in Wilton, New Hampshire. There's all the people are inside their houses, it seems. This is a very peaceful place. You have all the people obeying the law, staying inside their little houses. Will you take me to Funky Town? You're drunk. Tron left? Bro, you shouldn't be driving. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. These are only the headlamps. These are not, this is not high beams. There's nobody near me, so I'm gonna show you high beam. That's high beam. But that's gonna fucking blind people, so I'm not gonna do that shit. But I agree, they have I like the headlight. And I had a Nissan Sentra for a few weeks, and oh my god, what a downgrade in the headlights. I mean, you expect it to, it's a cheaper car. Take me to Funky Town, take me to Funky Town, take me to Funky Town, take me to Funky Town. Take me to a funky town, take me to a funky town, take me to a funky town, take me to a funky town.
In 1 mile, turn right onto Gibbons Highway.
Gibbons. Hello, Nathaniel Turner. How are you? Hope you're having a good day. Happy family, happy cat, happy holiday. That double yellow line in the center of the road appears to be actually smearing out. The left line is, oh yeah, now even the right line is kind of screwed up. It looks like that line had too much to drink. Funky town, funky town, funky town. Single lane, double direction roads at night suck balls. I just went down one of them, and that was weird. I don't like them. I don't like them
Now
at all.
turn right onto Gibbons Highway.
Yay. Turn window down because I can't see shit. These fucking dark tints. Driving through New Ipswich, New Hampshire with a car with New York plates and very dark window tints. They must think I'm a drug dealer. I'm surprised I haven't been stopped by a policeman. Like, what the fuck are you doing in my town? The New Ipswich police. Oh, one step closer to Funk It Town. Okay, it looks like I actually forgot to plug my phone charger into the other end, so my phone has 1% left. So I am going to be turning this off. Maybe I will stream my ride back, because I do have to go back today. And then I have to make one more trip here to finalize things before I'm done.